Chapter 22:15. The surrounding space was completely enveloped by the aura of blood and evil. The spirit-devouring diagram floated above the heads of the 13 people. Countless resentful spirits rushed out from the spirit-devouring diagram. Each of the resentful spirits contained an incomparably terrifying aura. There were so many of them that it was scary. Lin Tian was sent by Divine Qi to Little Taichu, White Tiger, and Ao Jian Tinzuin. He was far away from the battlefield. Looking at the spirit-devouring diagram in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. It's really complete. He clenched his fist. Previously, in the sea of consciousness of a young supreme martial artist of the Heaven Protector clan, he had found out about the stone of sprite blood and learned that this lineage could use this stone to refine the spirit-devouring diagram to its complete form. At that time, he had guessed that this lineage had already created the complete spirit-devouring diagram. Now, the scene before his eyes confirmed his initial guess. It was indeed so. At this time, the spirit-devouring diagram emitted a terrifying aura of blood that seemed to be able to corrode everything. Beside him, Little Taichu and White Tiger had also seen the spirit-devouring diagram before. Now that they saw it again and saw the difference between the spirit-devouring diagram and the one they saw before, their hearts trembled. The spirit-devouring diagram at this time was too terrifying. Even the calm Ao Jian Tinzuin couldn't help but frown deeply at this time. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom! The space rumbled and the surroundings shook. The spirit-devouring diagram was too terrifying. The spirit-devouring diagram was displayed by the blonde old man and the rest of the 13 72-winged experts. At this time, it was faintly suppressing the old bully, Yuan Emperor, and the rest. Facing the complete spirit-devouring diagram and the wanton resentful spirits, even the strong divine Qi and the azure-robed man were forced to retreat from time to time. Brat Lin, Ao Jian, and those two little things, hurry up and leave now. Hurry up, the old bully shouted. Originally, because of the appearance of divine Qi and the azure-robed man, they had the upper hand. He thought that he could kill the blonde old man and the rest of the 13 people here. He didn't expect this lineage to refine such a terrifying weapon. At this time, they were being suppressed. Even the divine Qi, the former number 1 heavenly daughter, was at a disadvantage. Lin Tian frowned. Even though he knew that he wouldn't be of any help if he stayed, he really didn't want to leave like this. None of you can leave, the golden-haired old man said coldly. The 13 of them worked together to support the spirit-devouring diagram, causing the baleful qi emitted by the weapon to become even more terrifying. The vengeful spirits roared and roared. Under the control of the blonde old man, some of them attacked the 5 old gangsters, while others rushed towards Lin Tian. Obviously, the golden-haired old man and the others wanted to suppress Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had killed their clan's strongest young, supreme being of this generation. This was a great hatred. At the same time, Ao Jian Tinzuin, Little Taichu, and White Tiger were also enveloped by these evil spirits. The surrounding space was instantly sealed. Lin Tian, Ao Jian Tinzuin, and the others were unable to move. They were completely suppressed by the aura of the spirit-devouring diagram. Buzz! Vast and mighty, holy light surged from afar. Behind the divine Qi, the 72 light wings fluttered. The king's domain and the saint spirit domain were propped up. Vast and hazy holy light intertwined inside. Divine islands and divine palaces appeared horizontally. In a flash, they appeared beside Lin Tian and the others, enveloping Lin Tianyi and the others, shattering all the vengeful spirits that pounced on them. Don't worry about us. The divine Qi knew that Lin Tian was worried about the safety of the 5 of them. At this time, he spoke to Lin Tiandao. Then, the saint spirit domain shook again, breaking open a space portal. It swept Lin Tianyi and the others into it and disappeared in an instant. The divine Qi, The golden-haired old man and the others were furious. Looking at the divine key, the coldness in their eyes became extremely intense. They saw that the reincarnation body, Ao Jian Tianzuan, the descendant of the immortal spirit royal family, and the white tiger were about to be suppressed, but the divine key stopped them. The most powerful person in their clan had interfered with them again and made them their enemy. Elder, please don't continue. If you continue slaughtering all living beings, you will have to bear the hatred and sins of all the sections. You will be pointed at by 1,000 people and cursed by 10,000 people. Even if you can forge glory in the end, that glory is meaningless. It doesn't have the glory you deserve. The divine key's eyes were filled with sadness as he tried to persuade them again. She had left her clan in the past and was killed in the past, but she still remembered that these people in front of her were her clansmen. Even though she knew that they wouldn't listen to her, she still couldn't help but speak up. She hoped that her clansmen would stop what they were doing now. Shut up. The golden-haired old man's voice was bone-chilling. It seems that you are determined to go against us. As soon as he finished speaking, the complete spirit-devouring diagram above his head shook. More vengeful spirits rushed out, their roars filling the sky. A majestic aura swept through all directions. This extremely large world began to shatter piece by piece. It began to crack, and the underground magma turned into pillars of magma that rushed up. That heavenly lady, don't talk nonsense with this old man. You are right now. The old gangster said, You don't have to care that they are from the same clan. Since they started to hunt you down, they have never treated you as one of their clansmen. There is no need to care about your clan ties. Also, I have seen a girl who looks exactly like you. She should be your daughter, right? You should know about the matter between her and Lin Brat, right? That's why you rushed here today for Lin Brat. He continued, They want to destroy all the universes. As a reincarnated body, Lin Fan has been involved. They have been attacking him time and time again. It is impossible for them to let Lin Fan go. In the future, your daughter will definitely be involved. They will not let her go. So, don't waste your breath on them. Let's not talk about anything else. Just think of it as killing your daughter and son-in-law. That is the right thing to do. As he said that, holy light surged out from behind him, facing the spirit-devouring diagram that was constantly charging at them. It had to be said that his words stimulated the divine key greatly. It caused the divine key to tremble. Boom! The surrounding space shook violently. The 72 light wings behind her instantly became dazzling. The aura on her body began to skyrocket. You're right, she said. All these years, it was her daughter who had been supporting her, allowing her to maintain her incomplete spiritual consciousness. More than 100 years ago, she met Lin Tian and sensed her daughter's bloodline aura from Lin Tian. She learned everything about her daughter from Lin Tian. She knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and her daughter. She also knew that Lin Tian was pregnant with her daughter. That was her granddaughter. At the same time, the man she loved back then, the father of her daughter, also appeared. Now, for her daughter, for her son-in-law, for her granddaughter, for her husband, for her family, she should not be at a loss. She should fight. Outside her body, her aura rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely terrifying height. It caused the complete spirit-devouring diagram to tremble. Such an aura caused the old gangster and the primitive emperor's expression to change. Even the powerful martial ancestor was no exception. Old man, my words are so effective. This aura. The old gangster swallowed his saliva. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qi's aura was 10 times stronger than before. The blond old man and the other 13 looked at Shen Qi and could not help but recall the time when Shen Qi was known as the first heavenly lady. All of them trembled, subconsciously. However, soon the 13 of them reacted. One of them said coldly, Don't be afraid. We have the complete spirit-devouring diagram. Even if she's at her peak, she may not be able to block it. Moreover, she's still far from her peak strength. With this precious weapon, it's enough to suppress all of them. That's right. Kill. The other 12 nodded. Immediately, they joined forces to support the spirit-devouring diagram again. The ominous Qi raged and suppressed Shin Qi and the others. Woo! Countless resentful spirits roared. They were like killing puppets charging towards the old gangster and the others. Shin Qi took a step forward. He was the first to move. 72 wings of light fluttered, and holy light filled the sky. He was extremely divine, extremely holy, and extremely powerful. He was much, much more powerful than before. Whenever those resentful spirits approached him, they would immediately shatter. At this moment, there was no longer any confusion in her eyes, nor was there any sadness from before. She looked extremely determined. Almost at the same time, the man in green moved. He came to Shin Qi's side in a flash, and the void pagoda rose behind him. It was surrounded by endless hazy light, as if it could suppress the heavens. Just like Shin Qi, his aura was even stronger than before. These two, the old gangster swallowed his saliva again. At this moment, the aura surrounding Shin Qi and the man in green was too shocking. He felt that without the spirit-devouring diagram, these two would probably be able to kill the blonde old man and the others very quickly. Let's go. Martial Ancestor said in a deep voice. The divine chains of order rose, and together with the tyrannical fist radiance, they attacked together with Shin Qi and the man in green. Go, 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 kill them. The old gangster said. Together with the primitive emperor, they attacked together. This vast world collapsed even more. In the blink of an eye, half of the world turned into ruins. In another part of the universe of Xianhuang, buzz! In a mountain range in a great world, the space suddenly split open. Lin Tian, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and the white tiger appeared and landed in the mountain range. Around them, ancient trees were clustered. The immortal spiritual qi in the air was very strong, and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. The cracked space quickly recovered. Lin Tian looked around and probed with his divine sense. Then he frowned. Shin Qi had forcefully teleported them out. Now, they had completely left the great world and appeared in a new great world. At this moment, even if he wanted to rush back, he was afraid that it would take at least a month's time. After all, the universe was too vast, and this world was too far away from the great world. Don't worry, they are all super experts. Especially Princess Wu Yi's parents, they are very strong. Even if those 13 old things have the complete spirit-devouring diagram, they may not be able to do anything to them. They will be fine. The white tiger could naturally see what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. You are right. The white tiger was right. Those 5 people were very strong, especially Shin Qi and the man in green. The complete spirit-devouring diagram may not be a real threat to them. Moreover, on the other hand, even if he rushed over now, it would be useless. Instead, he would only be a burden because his cultivation was too far away from that level of battle. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. Chapter 22:16. Senior Feng Xin? Hearing Ao Jian Tianzuan's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. He already had a rough idea of the human king's 10 disciples. Fengshan Tianzuan was the head disciple, and he was the eldest senior brother of the other 9. Ao Jian Tianzuan nodded, his eyes intertwining with sharp light. He directly tore open the space portal, and after informing Lin Tian, he stepped into the space portal. Let's go! Lin Tian called out to Little Taichu and White Tiger. After Ao Jian Tianzuan, they also stepped into the space portal. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this great world, entering the crevice between the worlds, and then reappearing in another world. As soon as they appeared in this world, the 2 humans and 2 beasts felt an extremely powerful aura coming from the southeast region. Then they immediately headed towards that region. Their current speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside a vast valley. Looking ahead, two figures were fighting. One of them was an old man wearing a black robe with 18 wings on his back. His aura was very strong. The other was a middle-aged man with a slender body. Holy light lingered around his body, and his aura was very condensed. At the same time, there were 10 other figures further away. One of them had 14 wings on his back, and the other 9 were all humans. All of them were at the heavenly ascension level, wearing the special uniform of the celestial court. Clearly, they were all celestial lord level powerhouses of the celestial court. Lin Tian, Ao, Jian Tinzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger arrived here. At a glance, they recognized the person fighting with the 18-winged old man. It was Fengshen Tianzuan. As for the old man with the 18-winged old man, although it was their first time seeing him, they knew that he was a member of the Celestial Protector clan. The 18-winged old man was too obvious, and it was a characteristic of the Celestial Protector clan. Boom! The eyes of the black-robed old man with 18 wings on his back were deep, and his expression was cold. All kinds of special techniques were constantly being used. Empyrean divine seal was tall and slender. The 4 symbols seal spread out horizontally, covering all of space and forcefully breaking apart the black-robed old man's great technique. Then, the 4 symbols seal turned into a beam of light that cut through the black-robed old man's body, nearly cutting him in half. So strong! Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. In terms of combat strength, the 18-winged Heavenly Guardian clan's ancient ancestor was on the same level as the Heavenly Court's ancient ancestor. But now, Empyrean Divine Seal was actually able to completely block his opponent without falling behind at all. More than 100 years ago, Fengshen Tianzuan was at the end of the virtual sky, but 100 years later he had already reached the height of an ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court. This is really... On the side, the White Tiger and Little Taichu were also shocked by Fengshen Tianzuan's battle prowess. Too strong. In just a little more than 100 years, the other party had already reached such a height. On the side, Ao, Jian, Tianzuan's expression was normal, not at all surprised by the scene. After all, among the 10 brothers, Fengshen Tianzuan had always been the most talented. Although he had a mortal physique, his battle prowess had always been the strongest among them. At almost the same time, outside the valley, Fengshen Tianzuan and the black-robed old man were fighting. Naturally, they saw Lin Tian, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. A faint smile appeared on their faces, but they didn't say anything. The black-robed old man also saw Lin Tian's group, and a sharp light immediately intertwined in his eyes. On the other side, the 14-winged youth and the 9 celestial court lords also saw Lin Tian and Ao, Jian, Tianzuan's group. "I'll deal with the reincarnated physique," the 14-winged youth in the lead said. "Remember, except for that demon tiger, the rest must be captured alive." This 14-winged youth was the second youngest supreme of the Celestial Guardian clan. His name was Shenlin, and he naturally knew about Lin Tian's reincarnated physique. He knew that Ao Jian Tianzuan was a disciple of the Human King, and he could see that Little Taichu was a descendant of the Celestial Spirit Imperial family. All of them had extraordinary statuses and were of great value, so they needed to be captured alive. As for the White Tiger, he didn't care at all. As his words fell, this person moved. The 14 wings on his back shook, and in the blink of an eye he covered several dozen zhang and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 9 celestial court lords also moved, using their divine senses to lock onto Ao, Jian, Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. These 10 people, led by the 14-winged youth at the end of the virtual sky, arrived in front of Lin Tian's group in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian snorted coldly. He stood where he was and did not move a single step. He directly raised his hand and used the Great Success Reincarnation Fist. A dazzling fist of light shot out from his fist and smashed the 14-winged youth at the very front into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Clang! At the same time, the ear-piercing sound of a sword resounded through the sky. Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't move, but the core art of the Heavenly Sword Manual was displayed at this moment. 9 extremely sharp sword lights appeared and pierced into the bodies of the 9 celestial court lords in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. 9 bloody mists exploded. And just like the 14-winged youth, the 9 celestial court lords were also annihilated in body and soul. This scene made the white tiger to the side couldn't help but stare. The 14-winged youth at the end of the virtual sky was actually killed by Lin Tian with a single punch. 9 transcending heaven lords were all killed by Ao Jian Tianzuan in the blink of an eye. These two are really... The white tiger couldn't help but gulp. It could not help but gulp. Even though it had seen Lin Tian kill a god inverse of Tong Tian before, when it saw this scene, its heart could not help but palpitate. As for Empyrean Ao Jian's battle prowess, it naturally made its heart tremble. They were both too strong. Beside it, the little Taichu was astonished and couldn't help but stare. On the other side, the black-robed elder's expression was a little ugly, and his tyrannical divine body couldn't help but tremble. You. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He didn't care that the 9 celestial court lords were killed by Ao Jian Tianzuan, but the 14-winged youth was the second youngest supreme of the current generation of the Heaven Protector clan. He had extraordinary talent and could definitely attain 72 wings in the future and become a supreme master of the universe. Such a genius had actually been killed by Lin Tian. Bastard, the man roared. Because he was so angry, he actually abandoned Fengshen Tianzuan and charged toward Lin Tiansha. You're distracted. At this moment, Fengshen Tianzuan's voice rang out. It was very calm. Suddenly, the 4 symbols, Tao diagrams, appeared in the space around them one after another. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a 4 symbols transformation formation, causing the entire macro world to tremble. The black-robed elder trembled and stopped charging toward Lin Tian. With a low roar, his divine power surged to resist the 4 symbols transformation formation. However, in a battle between powerhouses on the same level, the slightest mistake could lead to massive changes in the battle situation. Because of his anger, he had rushed towards Lin Tian, causing his emotions to be in chaos. The mistake he had made wasn't small at all. This had given Empyrean Divine Seal the perfect opportunity to kill him. Buzz! The 4 symbols transformation formation shook, and the power of sealing and annihilation surged together. Even though the black-robed elder was strong, he struggled with all his might, but it was difficult for him to break free. He was completely suppressed by the 4 symbols transformation formation, and his blood kept splattering. No. Chapter 22:17. Specks of blood, mist floated in the air and dissipated with the wind. Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. An ancient ancestor-level existence was killed by Fengshen Tianzuan, just like that. So strong! Lin Tian muttered to himself. He couldn't help but say these 2 words again. Ao Jian Tianzuan wasn't too surprised. At this time, the black-robed old man was killed, and he walked over with Lin Tian and the others. Senior brother. Ao Jian Tianzuan greeted him. Greetings, senior. Lin Tian also greeted him. Fengshen Tianzuan's slender body had a smile on his face, and he gave off a very peaceful feeling. He nodded at Ao Jian Tianzuan, and then looked at Lin Tian, a faint light flashing in his eyes. You've reached such a height in 100 years. Very good, he said to Lin Tiandao. Back in the Hongmeng universe, Lin Tian had just stepped into the Saint Venerable level. Now, in 100 years, Lin Tian had gone from the first layer of the Saint Venerable level to the middle layer of the virtual sky realm. He wasn't far from the connecting heaven realm. This cultivation speed was astonishing. I happen to get some great opportunities, so my cultivation base can improve so quickly. Lin Tian said humbly. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled and said, Don't be modest. Opportunities are also part of your strength. Senior brother, why are you here? Ao Jian Tianzuan asked at this time. Hearing Ao Jian Tianzuan's question, Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and White Tiger couldn't help but look at Fengshen Tianzuan. There's something special here. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled and looked at Lin Tian. It's related to you. Lin Tianwei was stunned. It was related to her. Even Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger were curious. Was there something special related to Lin Tian here? In that valley, it manifested once before. Seeing that Lin Tian and the others were confused, Fengshen Tianzuan spoke again. He swept his gaze over the vast mountain valley in front of him and Lin Tian Dao. To be more precise, it has something to do with your rainbow sword. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian's expression changed. He instantly thought of something, the sword soul fragment. In the outside world, the only thing he could think of that was related to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was the sword soul fragment. At the same time, beside him, Little Taichu and White Tiger were also moved. Could it be? White Tiger's eyes widened. At this time, he thought of the same thing as Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian's eyes looked directly at the mountain valley in front of him. He immediately activated his divine thought and rushed into the mountain valley in front of him. At the same time, he communicated with the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that because his divine thought had entered the mountain valley and communicated with the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness at the same time, the divine sword suddenly reacted at this time and trembled slightly. There was a 7-colored glow, which swayed in his sea of consciousness. The direction was pointing directly at the mountain valley in front of him. There really is. He was immediately moved. The rainbow divine sword had such a reaction. There was no doubt that there was a sword soul fragment in this mountain valley. This caused him to be both surprised and delighted. Never had he imagined that sword soul fragments would actually exist in this expanse of the universe. Let's go in. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Fengshen Tianzuan immediately knew that Lin Tian had sent something, so he said with a smile, Previously, he was not in this world. When he passed by this world, he sensed the same aura as Lin Tian's divine sword. He thought that Lin Tian was in this world, so he stepped into this world and came here. Then he found that Lin Tian was not in this world. Only the aura of the same origin as Lin Tian's divine sword was in the mountain valley. At that time, the same 7-colored divine light appeared, and a 7-colored light column rushed into the sky of this world. It was precisely because of the 7-colored light that the black-robed old man and the others from before had been lured over. Clearly, they had come for the 7-colored light, and because they knew that the 7-colored light was definitely related to Lin Tian, they had stopped the black-robed old man and the others outside the valley. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very anxious when he sensed the presence of a sword soul fragment in the mountain valley. Immediately, the group stepped forward and directly stepped into the mountain valley. The mountain valley covered a large area and was very vast. Inside, there were ancient trees everywhere and smoke lingered around. It was very quiet. The group moved quickly and soon came to the center of the mountain valley. Looking ahead, there was a very empty place in front of them. There was no vegetation on the ground, so it was very bare. In the centermost area, there was a fist-sized 7-colored light source floating up and down. This, it's true. White Tiger's eyes widened. Although he had guessed that what Fengshen Tianzuan said was related to Lin Tian's 7-colored sword was a sword soul fragment, he could not help but be surprised when he saw it. What's the matter with that sword? What's its origin? Why does the sword soul fragment exist in this black-yellow universe? Even little Taichu widened his eyes, feeling very strange about this. A glimmer of light flashed in Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes. Looking at the seven-colored light source, he also sensed the same aura as Lin Tian's sword. They were of the same nature and origin, and there was no difference. Fengshen Tianzuan's expression was as usual, because he had sensed it earlier and saw the seven-colored light rushing up from the mountain valley. He was not surprised to see the sword's soul fragment at this time. Lin Tian was naturally the most surprised. After taking a deep breath, he immediately stepped forward and stepped in front of the sword's soul fragment in an instant. As he appeared next to the sword soul fragment, the fist-sized sword soul fragment immediately made a buzzing sound. As if it had its own consciousness, it moved and rotated around him. Then, in the next moment, with a whoosh, the sword soul fragment turned into a seven-colored light and directly rushed into his body. It went into his sea of consciousness and entered the seven-colored divine sword. Suddenly, the seven-colored divine sword trembled slightly, and more divine patterns on the sword began to light up. Moreover, with the new sword soul fragment, there was a majestic spiritual energy that entered his body together with it. Lin Tian knew that this was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the sword soul fragment had been absorbing all this time. Immediately, he ran the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and began to refine this spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. As the Reincarnation Heart Sutra ran, suddenly, 9-colored holy light emerged from his body. It was very bright and dazzling. Such holy power made Fengshen Tianzuan's expression change slightly. He showed a strange expression. 9-colored holy power. In the history of cultivation, there had never been a 9-colored power. It was the first time that he had seen it. Naturally, he was moved. At the same time, he quickly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had also changed. The aura of the technique of the two brothers had weakened a lot. He created the secret technique of the ancient scriptures. Like Empyrean Proud Sword, this sort of combination only lasted for an instant. Empyrean Divine Seal was able to guess what was happening. In front of him, the 9-colored holy power outside Lin Tian's body intertwined. He continued to refine the spiritual energy brought by the sword soul fragment after it was integrated into the divine sword. His essence, chi, and spirit were gradually rising. His cultivation was also improving bit by bit. Boom! Chapter 2218. Pitch-black light pillars shot up from the ground one after another. They were mixed with an extremely cold aura and carried a terrifying yin chi. Almost at the same time, a pure white light pillar shot up together with the holy chi of extreme yang. Crack! 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 The ground cracked inch by inch. Pitch-black and pure white light pillars shot up from each other. The terrifying yin chi and holy chi of extreme yang intertwined. For a moment, the entire macro world shook as if there was a destructive earthquake. Lin Tian's expression changed. The sword soul fragment hadn't completely merged into the 7-colored divine sword. He moved more than 10,000 feet in a flash and appeared beside Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the others. What's this? Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were naturally moved by this scene. They stared straight ahead without blinking. Cracking sounds kept coming out. The ground in front of them collapsed and sank. In the blink of an eye, an underground space about 10,000 feet in diameter was revealed. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of emptiness below. The pitch-black light and the pure white light intertwined together like a large pool of black and white. Other than the black and white halos, nothing else could be seen. It seems to be a special kind of momentum of heaven and earth, Ao Jian Tianzuan said. He paused and said, "It's very unusual." He cultivated the way of the sword, but he naturally knew a little about the pattern of heaven and earth. At least he could see something simple. Faint light intertwined in Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes. He stared at the black and white light in the underground space without blinking. The black and white light pulsed, and pillars of light shot up. The aura was very shocking. In this place, the surrounding void was faintly dyed black and white. Lin Tian, you cultivate 4th Junior Brothers Dragon Burial Scripture. Analyze it. He turned to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture of the Dragon Burial Heavenly Venerate. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Huang Xiaolong and Ao Jian Tianzuan's, using the Dragon Burial Scripture with his Void Heaven Realm cultivation meant that his understanding and control of the world was much better than Huang Xiaolong and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Lin Tian nodded. While channeling the Reincarnation Sutra to refine the spiritual energy brought into his body by the Sword Soul Fragment in this place, he channeled the Dragon Burial Sutra. Strands of dragon patterns intertwined under his feet and spread into the underground space. At the same time, he opened his divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. Strands of strange dragon patterns intertwined in his pupils. In the blink of an eye, several dozen breaths passed. His expression changed slightly. Primordial Yin-Yang land, universe level. He was moved. Be specific, kid. The white tiger said. It didn't know what those simple words meant. Yeah. The little Taichu also made a sound. It had the same meaning as the white tiger. Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't ask any questions. Both of them had reached the reaching heaven state. Based on the words primordial Yin-Yang land that Lin Tiandao mentioned and their vague sense of this place, they naturally knew some of the core. The remnant primordial Yin-Yang Qi after the universe was created is gathered here. Fengshan Tianzuan whispered. Wisps of light appeared in his calm eyes. A transcendent land of treasure. Ao Jian Tianzuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tiandao nodded. After Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, he spoke again in more detail. It could be considered as an answer to the white tiger's previous question and an explanation for little Taichu. He said, when a world is created, there are all kinds of primordial auras. The bigger the world, the stronger the primordial aura at the beginning of its creation. The Yin-Yang Qi here is also the primordial Yin-Yang Qi, mixed with the aura of the universe's original power. It should be the remnants of the primordial Yin-Yang Qi at the beginning of the universe. He was no stranger to the universe's original power. He had seen it in the primordial universe. It was the power that existed in the universe gap. It was very terrifying. In this place, in this underground space, the rich primordial Yin-Yang Qi was mixed with the aura of the universe's original power. In addition, the Yin-Yang Qi here was too extraordinary, far surpassing the ordinary primordial Yin-Yang Qi. Therefore, he could conclude that the Yin-Yang Qi here should be the remnants of the black-yellow universe's birth. He continued, the primordial Yin-Yang Qi of this level contains an astonishing amount of Yin-Yang Qi and psionic power. Moreover, there should be a lot of Taoist law fragments in it. It can be called a holy material for cultivation. As soon as he said this, the white tiger immediately widened his eyes. Little Taichu was also shocked. Universe-level primordial Yin-Yang Qi? There are a lot of Taoist law fragments in it. Hearing this, the white tiger understood most of it. He said, that is to say, refining and cultivating the primordial Yin-Yang Qi here can directly improve our cultivation, and it can greatly improve our cultivation? Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. When the white tiger heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then we'll be rich. I'll go first. Little guy, come with me. We should at least enter the virtual sky realm first. He roared. Now, he and little Taichu were both in the sovereign realm. Lin Tiandao was about to reach the end of the virtual sky realm. Ao Jian Tianzuan had reached the reaching heaven realm. Fengshan Tianzuan had reached the ancient ancestor realm of the celestial court. Here, the white tiger and little Taichu had the lowest cultivation. At this time, they were naturally very excited. With a whoosh, they rushed into the underground space. Lin Tiandao was shocked by its action. He grabbed it back and said, "Do you want to die? This is the remaining power from the beginning of the universe. Although it is extraordinary, it also contains other terrifying and destructive substances. If you rush indirectly, ordinary reaching heaven realm cultivators will die." When the white tiger heard this, its eyes widened. It was so shocked that all the hair on its body stood on end. Really? So exaggerated? Ordinary reaching heaven realm cultivators will die if they go near it? Why don't I let you go and you try? Lin Tiandao squinted at it. The white tiger didn't say anything. It shook its head like a rattle drum. Then it paused and said, "Then what should we do? How can we refine it? Do you have a way?" Even Feng Shen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at Lin Tiandao at this time. They also knew that there were various terrifying and destructive substances remaining in the primeval yin-yang qi here, but there was no way to deal with them. They didn't know if Lin Tiandao could do it. After all, they could feel that the destructive substances remaining in the primeval yin-yang qi here were not simple. Although they knew the ability of the dragon burial scripture, they were not sure if Lin Tiandao could deal with the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi with the dragon burial scripture because Lin Tiandao's cultivation was limited. The power of the dragon burial scripture that he could use was also limited. Yeah. Little Taichu also looked at Lin Tiandao as if asking Lin Tiandao. Facing the white tiger, Feng Shen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu's eyes, Lin Tiandao nodded. Yes, but it will take a long time. It will take at least 3 days. Chapter 2219. The black and white light of yin and yang intertwined. The primitive aura pulsed, and the void was dyed with a layer of black and white. You can start moving now. Quickly erase all the destructive substances. After erasing them, we can refine them. The white tiger's eyes lit up as it urged Lin Tiandao. It was looking forward to the universe-level, primitive yin and yang energy in this place. Lin Tiandao glanced at it, then looked at Feng Shen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. He nodded to them and then took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The power of faith inside surged out, mixed with an incomparably pure aura, and quickly merged into his body. With the influx of the power of faith, his essence, qi, and spirit suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, it increased by a lot. Such a scene made Feng Shen Tianzuan reveal a strange look. It was the first time he had seen such a special power. Ao Jian Tianzuan was not surprised because he had seen Lin Tiandao use this power before. The white tiger and little Taichu had seen it many times, so they were naturally calmer at this time. Buzz! The power of faith poured in continuously, causing Lin Tiandao's aura to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, it reached the ascending heaven level. Of course, the ascending heaven level was only temporary at this time. His cultivation level was temporarily raised to the ascending heaven level. The speed at which he operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the spiritual energy brought into his body by the sword soul became much faster. At the same time, he also operated the dragon burial scripture. More dragon patterns entered the underground space and began to refine the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy in the underground space. Immediately, one could see that in the original black and white primitive yin and yang energy, wisps of black light gushed out. With a sizzling sound, they rushed out from the primitive yin and yang energy and then dissipated in the air. Such a scene made Feng Shen Tianzuan and the others have a glimmer in their eyes. There is no doubt that these black lights were the filthy gas that was produced after the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy were crushed. At this time, after Lin Tiandao crushed the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy, he discharged all the filthy gas that was produced because of the destruction of the destructive substances. Buzz! Outside Lin Tian's body, 9-colored holy light interweaved with dense dragon patterns. 2 different types of power were displayed at the same time. One was refining the spiritual energy brought into his body by the sword soul fragment, while the other was shattering the destructive substances in the primitive yin-yang qi. At the same time, he thought of something. The reason why the primeval yin-yang qi did not shatter the ground and emerge in the past was that it was suppressed by the aura of the sword soul fragment that fell here. Now that he had taken away the sword soul fragment and integrated it into the divine sword, the primeval yin-yang qi underground had lost its suppressive power. That was why it broke the ground and emerged. When he thought of this, he didn't care about it anymore. After all, there was really no need to care about such things. At that moment, he circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster. More dragon patterns entered the primordial yin-yang qi, crushing the destructive substances within. At the same time, it also moved the universe origin power out. Although the cosmic origin power wasn't lethal, it wasn't a good thing either. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. On this day, the new sword soul fragment had completely integrated into the divine sword. More divine patterns on the divine sword soul fragment lit up. The boundless spiritual energy brought by the sword soul fragment had also been completely refined by Lin Tian. His cultivation had even improved a lot. At the same time, more than half of the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi were also shattered. Then, in the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Half a day later, the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi were almost completely wiped out. It seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying yin-yang holy light rushed up and pierced into the sky, shattering the world barrier of this world. Lin Tian immediately took action. Dense dragon patterns gushed out from the ground, forming a dragon pattern barrier that enveloped the surroundings. It completely suppressed the primeval yin-yang qi underground and suppressed the yin-yang holy light that rushed up. The shattered world barrier was quickly restored. "It's done!" Seeing this scene, the white tiger couldn't help but ask. He felt that the yin-yang qi here was much purer than before. "I still need about 6 more hours." Lin Tian, the sword soul fragment, had already completely integrated into the divine sword. He began to wipe out the last destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi in this place with all his might. Outside this world, in the nearby dozens of extreme worlds, the expressions of the elites changed one after another. Their eyes lit up. Universe-level primeval yin-yang qi. It's very pure. In these dozens of extreme worlds, the elites moved one after another. Their mighty and terrifying saint aura flashed for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! Outside Lin Tian's body, the dragon patterns intertwined. The light became denser and denser, constantly surging into the primeval yin-yang qi. In the primeval yin-yang qi, the destructive substances that had been shattered surged out in wisps of black light. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. For hours later, the destructive substances that had been shattered in the primeval yin-yang qi were reduced in number. "It'll be done soon," Lin Tian muttered to himself. In another 2 hours, the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi here would be completely purified by him. Empyrean Divine Seal and the others were naturally able to sense this. Their eyes couldn't help but shine with a sharp light. After all, the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi was extremely extraordinary. Rumble. Suddenly this world shook. In the sky above, the world barrier broke open, and 16 space portals appeared one after another. A figure walked out from each space portal, and all of them had extremely terrifying auras intertwined around their bodies. The moment they appeared, they rushed towards this place, arriving in the blink of an eye. These were 16 elders, all dressed in the unique attire of the celestial court. The saint aura around their bodies was extremely strong, and they were no weaker than the 18 winged elite from the Heaven Protector clan. Such a scene immediately moved Lin Tian. At the same time, Fengshen, Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan also frowned. Their expressions became serious, and Saint Aura surged out of their bodies. The appearance of a dozen ancient ancestor-level powerhouses together was a great threat to them. They're all ancient ancestor-level powerhouses. Why are these old guys here all of a sudden? The white tiger couldn't help but tremble, and then seemed to think of something. Is it because of the primeval yin-yang saint light that broke through the world barrier that made them feel the universe-level primeval yin-yang chi here? It had to admit that its guess was very accurate. Previously, when Lin Tian had used the dragon burial scripture to destroy most of the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang chi here, the saint aura of yin-yang broke through the world barrier and spread out. It attracted the attention of some ancient ancestor-level powerhouses of the celestial court in the nearby extreme worlds, and at this time they rushed here one after another. While the 3 humans and 2 beasts were shaken, the dozen ancient ancestors who had rushed over were also shaken. Reincarnation body, human king disciple, descendant of the immortal spirit imperial family, you're all here. Chapter 2220. The 16 ancient ancestor-level existences of the celestial court had originally sensed the universe-level primordial yin-yang chi and rushed here from other extreme realms. They had not expected to meet Lin Tian, the reincarnated being, the 2 disciples of the human king, and the little Taichu of the celestial spirit royal family. Looking at Lin Tianyi and the others, the 16 ancient ancestor-level existences could not help but have a cold glint in their eyes. Other than the tiger demon, we'll kill them all. Then we'll take the primordial yin-yang chi here. One of them said, "Attack!" The 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court did not travel together from the beginning, but they were not unfamiliar with each other. After all, they belonged to the same camp. At this moment, the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts moved at the same time. Their bodies surged with divine brilliance as they all attacked Lin Tianyi and the others. In an instant, 16 majestic waves of divine power surged. The aura was so terrifying that it directly shattered a large area of the void. The white tiger's hair stood on end. In terms of combat strength, Fengshen Tianzuan could fight against an ancient ancestor-level existence. However, at this time the celestial court had sent 16 ancient ancestor-level experts at the same time. None of them were weaker than the 18-winged, black-robed elder of the celestial protectors. Fengshen Tianzuan alone could not block all of them. Yeah, the little Taichu trembled. The Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned, and a dignified look appeared on his face. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes narrowed slightly as if he was under pressure. He stepped forward, and the 4 symbols seal immediately intertwined. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out, and the surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Tian was the first to move at this time. He was extremely fast. With just a thought, the 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed at the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts. In an instant, a 7-colored sword force emerged, sweeping up a 7-colored sword force storm as if to annihilate everything. Bang! 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 Muffled thuds rang out one after another as blood floated in the air. The 16 ancestors of the celestial court were all sent flying at this moment. Seeing this, the white tiger's eyes widened. Yeah, little Taichu was also shocked. Lin Tian could summon the 7-colored divine sword again. At this time, it actually sent 16 ancient ancestors, flying with one slash. Fengshen Tianzuan was about to make a move, but he stopped at this moment. His eyes couldn't help but flash. This combat strength! At this moment, the human king's eldest disciple's expression changed. Combined with the 7-colored divine sword, Lin Tian's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. He's even stronger than before. Ao Jian Tianzuan muttered to himself. Previously, He had seen Lin Tian use the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the level of a sky-level expert. Together with the seven-colored divine sword, he killed an ancient ancestor of the celestial court. He still remembered Lin Tian's aura at that time. At this time, Lin Tian also used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky level. He also summoned the seven-colored divine sword to cooperate with him. However, at this time, Lin Tian's battle aura was much stronger than before. The 16 ancient ancestors of the celestial court were sent flying, but they quickly stabilized their bodies. All of them were shocked and moved. The 16 of them looked at Lin Tian in shock and disbelief. They were all ancient ancestors, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tian's sword. This was hard for them to accept. At this time, their faces were full of shock and disbelief, but there was no anger. In Lin Tian's hand, the seven-colored divine sword was intertwined with seven-colored divine light. He looked at the 16 elders from afar. You really know how to pick a time to rush to the edge of the sword. Now that he had found a new sword soul fragment, the seven-colored divine sword was even stronger. He could easily summon it now. Moreover, he had temporarily raised his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky level with the power of faith. His combined battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than when he killed the ancient ancestor of the celestial court not long ago. The 16 of them had rushed here to suppress them. Was this not courting death by rushing to the edge of the sword? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again. A large amount of seven-colored sword radiance flew out and pierced through all directions. This time, the sword might was even stronger and sharper than before. It was as if it was going to pierce through the entire universe. The 16 people's expressions changed at the same time, and they all put up a Saint Power light screen. However, it was useless. Lin Tian's seven-colored sword radiance shattered the 16 people's Saint Power light screens in an instant. Then, it pierced through all 16 of them. Bright red blood once again floated in the air. Oh my God! This. The white tiger's eyes widened even more. It knew that Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword was very terrifying, but it did not expect that Lin Tian could use it to suppress ancient ancestor-level experts so easily. It was extremely shocked. However, the next moment, it put away its shock and became surprised and excited. It cried out, "Kid, kill these 16 old fools." In fact, there was no need for it to say that. Lin Tian moved again, and the seven-colored divine sword in his hand swung down again. With a clang, another wave of rainbow-colored sword rays shot out. Each of them was extremely sharp and frightening. Before the 16 ancient ancestors could stabilize their bodies, they were swept by the sword radiance. It was too late for them to dodge, and they could only put up their Saint Power light screens in a hurry. Of course, it was useless. The Saint Power light screens were shattered again, and the seven-colored sword radiance landed steadily on the 16 people's bodies. Puff! 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 This time, the 16 people were severely injured. Half of their bodies were shattered by the seven-colored sword radiance. How do you feel? Lin Tian asked casually. His voice was calm, and there was no sarcasm in it. However, it was extremely ear-piercing to the 16 people's ears. Insolent thing. One of them said coldly. His Saint Power surged, and he immediately propped up the power of order, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At the same time, the other 15 ancient ancestors did the same. They immediately propped up the power of order. Suddenly, 16 auras of order surged, and it was very terrifying. I didn't expect that we would need to use order to deal with you. The 16 people's eyes were cold. Lin Tian laughed mockingly. He stood there without moving, and the reincarnation sword technique was activated in his body. He raised his hand and slashed out. Clang! The sound of the sword was even more ear-piercing, and the sword radiance was even faster. The 16 seven-colored sword radiance flew out and arrived in front of the 16 people in an instant. Chapter 22-21. Blood floated in the air bit by bit. The bodies of the 16 Imperial Court ancient ancestor-level experts cracked apart, all of them injured. The expressions of the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts changed again and again. They looked at Lin Tian with shock and anger. They were ancient ancestor-level experts and had used the power of order. However, they still couldn't block Lin Tian's sword. *CK. Boy Lin, are you really going to defy the natural order? The white tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A moment ago, it was still worried for Lin Tian when the 16 ancestors summoned the power of order. This was because it knew very well how powerful the power of order was. However, Lin Tian was still able to shatter it with a single slash. This made its heart twitch violently as it couldn't help but gasp. Yeah, little Tai Chu shrunk his neck in shock. He was also shocked. Ao Jian Tianzuan had seen Lin Tian use the power of faith and the seven-colored godly sword to shatter the power of order and kill an ancient ancestor-level expert. However, the ancient ancestor-level expert was only one ancient ancestor-level expert. Now, Lin Tian was still able to shatter the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts' power of order with a single slash. Moreover, he looked more relaxed than when he was dealing with one ancient ancestor-level expert. Even someone as calm as Empyrean Divine Seal, the number one disciple of a human king, revealed a shocked expression at this time. Very powerful. The first disciple of the human monarch looked at Lin Tian and muttered to himself. Lin Tian stood on the same spot from the beginning to the end. The seven-colored, godly sword in his hand was glowing with divine radiance. His gaze fell on the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court and moved. He temporarily stopped the purification of the destructive matter in the primordial yin-yang qi and charged directly at the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court. Clang! The godly sword in his hand vibrated. The seven-colored sword essence was glaring. Before he could get close to the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts, he slashed out. The sharp sword power instantly enveloped the entire space. The domineering aura caused the 16 people to tremble. At once, the 16 of them quickly healed their injured bodies and charged forward with the divine chains of order. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. The power of the seven-colored sword aura was simply too strong. In just an instant, all the divine chains of order were shattered. Pung, pung, pung. 16 people were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. They were completely unable to block Lin Tian's attack. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian approached one of them with the seven-colored divine sword. This person was dressed in a golden robe. When he saw Lin Tian closing in on him, his expression immediately changed. He used the divine chains of order to protect his body and quickly retreated. However, his speed was slightly slower than Lin Tian's at this moment. He had only taken a step back when Lin Tian's sword slashed down. The divine chains of order protecting his body were shattered, and the rainbow divine sword landed firmly on his chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. In just an instant, this person was chopped into pieces. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. His physical body was shattered, but his soul was immortal. He turned into a ray of light and retreated into the distance to reform his physical body. However, Lin Tian didn't give him the chance at all. On the basis that the power of faith had temporarily raised his cultivation base to the ordinary immortal realm, and on the basis that the seven-colored divine sword had become stronger after fusing with a new sword soul fragment, he activated the reincarnation forging divine art at this moment, raising his combat strength by 20 times. It was like a destructive volcano erupting. 9 reincarnation swords. He muttered. He formed a seal with his left hand and slowly raised the seven-colored divine sword in his right hand. He slashed out at a strange angle, displaying one of the core techniques of the reincarnation sword technique that he had created himself. It evolved into 9 nine-colored sword auras. Each of the 9 sword auras seemed to be able to cut through everything. They carried an extremely sharp aura and were terrifyingly fast. They almost broke through the limits of space and approached the ancient ancestor's soul from 9 different angles in an instant. "You stop! Pooh, 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 pooh." The ancient ancestor's terrified words were interrupted. His soul was penetrated by the 9 reincarnation swords in the blink of an eye, leaving 9 transparent holes in his soul. Then cracks spread out, and the sturdy ancient ancestor's soul crumbled. Such a scene caused everyone in this place to be involuntarily moved, and expressions on their faces changed again and again. Junior brother, his sword, Fengshen, Tianzuan's eyes flashed. He said to Ao, Jian, Tianzuan beside him, but he didn't finish his words. He could clearly feel that the sword that Lin Tian unleashed at this moment, in terms of the exquisiteness of the sword force, was actually stronger than the Ling Tian sword manual of his 6th junior brother, who was wholeheartedly focused on the sword. Ao, Jian, Tianzuan nodded. "I've seen him display this sword technique before, but—" He paused for a moment, then continued, "This sword is qualitatively different from the one I've seen before." The white tiger was completely stunned. It didn't even see the trajectory of Lin Tian's sword. In just an instant, it saw the ancient ancestor of the celestial court's soul being pierced with 9 holes and crumbling with a loud bang. "Yeah." Little Alpha, Primordium's eyes widened again. He was also stunned. At the same time, the other 15 ancient ancestors of the celestial court also paled. At this time, when they looked at Lin Tian again, their eyes were filled with horror and unconcealable fear. "Go! Retreat!" One of them gritted his teeth. Immediately, all 15 of them retreated, turning into 15 rays of light and rushing out of this world. More than 10 of them had come here, and all of them were at the ancient ancestor level, but they had been injured by Lin Tian time and time again. Even though they had used the order, they still couldn't change the situation. This had already raised a trace of fear and vigilance in them. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian display the 9 reincarnation swords and destroy the soul of one of them with one blow, the remaining 15 of them were truly afraid. At this time, they completely understood that Lin Tian, who controlled the 7-colored divine sword, coupled with that terrifying sword technique, was not someone they could resist at all. The difference was too great. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die tragically. Suddenly, 15 whooshing sounds could be heard, and the 15 ancient ancestors of the celestial court rushed far away in the blink of an eye. "None of you can escape." Lin Tianling smiled. His movements were simple and direct. He displayed the reincarnation sword technique, with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. With one slash, 10,000 swords were born. For a time, clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The surrounding space was sealed, and the 15 people who escaped were stopped by the sword momentum. The dense swords of the reincarnation sword indiscriminately attacked the 15 people from different directions. The 15 people were both shocked and furious. Their retreat path was sealed, and they couldn't retreat at this moment. They could only passively face the attack. At the same time, they supported the power of the order and faced the reincarnation sword that Lin Tian displayed with the 7-colored divine sword. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and closed in on the 15 people. The reincarnation diagram behind him rushed out, mixed with a divine and holy aura. It cooperated with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand and directly slashed down with it. P.S. An old drunkard's 4th story has been updated on Long's WeChat public account. Everyone can see it by following Long's WeChat public account and replying with the number 1. At the same time, it also includes the first 3 stories of an old drunkard. You can see it by clicking on it. Follow instructions. Search for Sleepy Long on WeChat public account and add him as a follower. Chapter 22:22. The combination of the reincarnation diagram and the seven-colored divine sword increased their combat strength by 20 times. That kind of power was simply too strong. In an instant, the divine chains of order that were supported by the 15 Heaven Court ancestors were shattered, and the power of the reincarnation diagram, fused with the rainbow divine sword, suppressed all 15 of them. Poof! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the 15 celestial court ancestors exploded at the same time. Damn it! The 15 of them were furious. Some of them roared and quickly reassembled their bodies. Lin Tian had already closed in with the rainbow godly sword. He stepped to the side of one of the ancestors' souls and slashed out with the 9 reincarnation swords again, not giving the ancestor a chance to reassemble his body. No. With a scream of panic and pain, the ancient ancestor's soul was shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. The second one, in the distance, the white tiger couldn't help but shrink its neck. The 16 ancestors of the celestial court were here together, but 2 of them were killed by Lin Tian in such a short time. Squeak! Little Tai Chu's eyes widened. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's strength at this moment. It was simply too shocking. Feng Shen, Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything. They just watched Lin Tian's battle without blinking. Clang! Lin Tian swung his rainbow godly sword at the front. The power of the rainbow godly sword sealed off all directions and slashed at the other 14 ancestors. The 14 celestial court ancestors fought together. The power of God's rules, order, and the sea of consciousness anomaly were activated one after another. They didn't dare to hold back and used all kinds of skills to counter Lin Tian's rainbow godly sword. However, it was useless. After obtaining the new sword soul fragment, the rainbow godly sword had become even stronger. Combined with the power of faith and the reincarnation forging divine art, its battle prowess had increased by 20 times. At this time, the sword aura was too sharp, and all of the methods that the 14 people used were suppressed. Pu. Once again, the 14 of them were all hacked to pieces by the rainbow divine sword. All of them were dyed in blood, and their spirits flew away. They wanted to escape, but the void in all directions was completely sealed, and they couldn't escape at all. One of them reassembled his body while saying through clenched teeth, "Reincarnation body, you shouldn't be too arrogant. You should know that we are all important members of the Celestial Court. If you really kill all of us, the Celestial Court will definitely not let." Clang! Lin Tian brandished the 9 swords of reincarnation, interrupting this person's words, directly shattering this person's spirit, slashing it into nothingness. Low level, he said. The Celestial Court had been targeting him and would never let him go. Now, this person still said such words, which made him feel particularly ridiculous. He tilted his head and looked at the last 13 people. Without saying anything more to them, he held the rainbow godly sword and charged forward. For a time, the sonorous sound of the sword rang out continuously, vast and mighty in this space. Blood continued to splatter in the void. He used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation to the level of an immortal master. He used the reincarnation forging divine art to increase his battle prowess by 20 times, and used the rainbow godly sword to activate the reincarnation sword technique. His battle prowess was unparalleled. The 13 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court couldn't stop him at all, not even with the order. In the face of his absolute power, the order was useless. Puff, puff, puff. More than 4 hours passed in a flash. The blood mist continued to explode, and in the blink of an eye, another 12 people were completely killed. No, don't kill me. At this time, only one of the 16 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court was left. He was severely injured and trembled as he begged Lin Tian for mercy. Lin Tian was disdainful. The rainbow godly sword combined with the reincarnation sword technique directly chopped this person into pieces, and even erased his divine soul. Suddenly, the place became much quieter. This is really... In the distance, the white tiger's eyes widened and trembled violently. 16 ancient ancestor-level powerhouses of the celestial court had charged over, all of them wielding the power of order. But now, all of them had been slain just like that. Moreover, most importantly, Lin Tian was in the absolute upper hand throughout the entire process. He completely crushed the 16 people with his sword. This was really a little terrifying. So powerful. Little Taichu said with his eyes wide open. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian in the distance. There were traces of light intertwining in their eyes. He's already stronger than us. Much stronger. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Ao Jian, Celestial Master, nodded. Although Lin Tian's current combat strength had become so powerful because of the combination of faith and the 7-colored divine sword, being powerful was still powerful. Being able to possess and use these two external forces was also a kind of capital and a kind of strength for oneself. It was also at this time that Lin Tian put away the rainbow godly sword, stepped back, and landed next to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Not bad at all. Amazing. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tiandao and did not hide his admiration at all. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Tian said modestly. The 16 ancestors of the celestial court were all killed by him. This was just a small interlude. He returned to the underground space and continued to purify the destructive substances in the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi, wiping them out. He had already removed most of the destructive substances in the primordial yin-yang qi in the underground space. At this time, he continued to purify them. After about 2 hours, he stopped. Looking around, the light of yin and yang intertwined in the underground space. It became very peaceful, and the Saint Qi was very rich. Done, he said. At this point, the destructive substances in the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi had all been removed by him with the dragon burial scripture. Hearing this, the white tiger was immediately delighted. Does that mean we can directly refine it? Lin Tian nodded. Roger. The white tiger rushed down with a whoosh. Tiger Master will go first. Little guy, come with me. Little Taichu responded in a childish voice and followed the white tiger into the underground space. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the primordial yin-yang qi and were enveloped by the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi. They each activated their ancient scriptures and began to refine it. Their auras immediately rose rapidly. Senior, let's go down too. Lin Tian said to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. The universe-level primordial yin-yang qi was extremely extraordinary. Even for ancestors, it had an extraordinary effect. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded and said with a smile, It's all thanks to you this time. The first disciple of the human king always gave people a very peaceful feeling. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Tian said with a smile. Then he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan stepped into the underground space together and disappeared into the primordial yin-yang qi. They stood in 3 different positions and operated their own ancient scriptures to guide the primordial yin-yang qi into their bodies. For a moment, like the white tiger and little Taichu, the aura of the 3 of them increased bit by bit. Of course, it was not as fast as the white tiger and little Taichu. After all, their cultivation was much higher than the white tiger and little Taichu, especially Fengshen Tianzuan, whose cultivation was the strongest in the group. The increase in his aura was the least obvious. Lin Tian operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and absorbed the primordial yin-yang qi into his body. He refined it to increase his cultivation. Naturally, 9-colored holy light intertwined around his body. The perfect world can also rely on this primordial yin-yang qi to increase its level. Chapter 22-23. After the world seed turned into a perfect world. Under normal circumstances, it would require a vast amount of spiritual energy, life force, or constant deduction by the holder to evolve it. However, Lin Tian felt that the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi could also make the perfect world evolve. After all, the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi was left behind when the universe was created. The perfect world propped up. He refined the primordial yin-yang qi in this place to improve his cultivation while guiding the primordial yin-yang qi into the perfect world and into the soil and void of the perfect world. Suddenly, the perfect world shook slightly. Inside, the mountains and rivers began to change. The mountains became stronger and stronger, and the rivers became wider and wider. The whole world continued to extend, slowly becoming more and more vast, and the spiritual energy became denser and denser. Yes, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. As he had guessed, the primordial yin-yang qi in this place could indeed make the perfect world evolve. Also, it felt like the effect was even better than the previous enhancement of the boundless spiritual energy and life force. He took a deep breath and used the primordial yin-yang qi here to evolve the perfect world. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was running, absorbing the primordial yin-yang qi here to refine it. The 9-colored holy light intertwined outside his body, becoming denser and denser as time passed. His essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation were all improving. In another part of the universe of Xianhuang, boom, terrifying holy energy was vast and mighty. In a crack between worlds, a dozen forces of order were trembling, and the aura was extremely terrifying. A dozen elders with 72 wings were chasing a man and a woman. The spirit-devouring diagram followed, and the murderous aura was monstrous. Shin-Ki, you can't stop us. Stay still and suppress us. The eyes of the dozen or so old men were cold. Shin-Ki and the azure-robed man's faces were a little pale, and their bodies were surrounded by shining holy light. Shin-Ki, you go first. I'll stop them. The azure-robed man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and his sword intent was monstrous. Previously, he, Shin-Ki, and the martial ancestor had fought against the 13 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector tribe. The complete spirit-devouring diagram formed by the 13 elders was too terrifying. In the end, the 5 of them retreated and were pursued separately. In the beginning, he and Shin-Ki were only being chased by the 7 72-winged elders. Even though the 7 of them had the complete spirit-devouring diagram, he and Shin-Ki were still able to fend them off. However, gradually another 8 72-winged elders descended. Now, there were a total of 15 72-winged elders chasing after him and Shin-Ki. The 15 of them worked together to control the spirit-devouring diagram and completely suppress them. If we leave together. If we fight together. Shin Yu Dao naturally could not escape by himself. The 15 72-winged elders all had holy light surging around their bodies. The 72 wings on their backs revolved with astonishing power of order. Looking at the 2 of them, their eyes were cold and threatening. Don't worry, none of us can leave. One of them said coldly, Rumble. The combined power of the 15 powerhouses made the spirit-devouring diagram even more terrifying. Countless vengeful spirits roared, and the baleful aura shook the surroundings. In a great world in the black-yellow universe, Buzz! Lin Tian was in the underground space, surrounded by the dense primeval yin-yang qi. As he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, more and more primeval yin-yang qi entered his body. Under the refinement of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the majestic spiritual power, rule fragments, and primeval yin-yang qi flowed into his flesh and bones, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the perfect world was supported by him. As more and more primeval yin-yang qi flowed in, the changes in the entire world became more and more obvious. The layout of the world continued to expand, and the life aura inside became denser and denser. Just like that, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, 7 days later. On this day, the primeval yin-yang qi in the underground space was completely exhausted. There was not a trace left. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, and there were traces of 9 colors. The end of the void, he muttered to himself. The spiritual power, primeval yin-yang qi, and rule fragments mixed in the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi were too amazing. He guided this primeval yin-yang qi into his body with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and refined it. On this day, his cultivation base reached the end of the void from the middle stage of the void. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. His holy power was more majestic, his spirit was stronger, his sea of consciousness was wider, and his Taoist power was purer. Compared to 7 days ago, his combat strength had improved tremendously. After reaching the end of the void, he felt that with his current strength, without relying on any weapons, faith, or other external forces, he was completely capable of fighting with ordinary masters in the early stage of the reaching heaven realm. Moreover, he could kill masters at this level. At the same time, he sensed the perfect world. After evolving it with the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi, he found that this world was even more vast. The mountains and rivers inside were magnificent. It had basically reached the level of the void world. Good. A bright light flashed in his eyes again. This perfect world was also a killing weapon. When used in battle, it could increase his combat strength by several times. Now, the perfect world had reached a level comparable to the heaven realm. The benefits it could bring him were absolutely huge. Oh, the virtual sky world. I, Tiger Lord, am also in the virtual sky realm. The white tiger's excited roar sounded next to him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he found that the white tiger's cultivation had reached the early stage of the virtual sky realm from the dominator realm. Then he looked at little Taichu. Little Taichu, like the white tiger, had also reached the early stage of the virtual sky realm from the dominator realm. He looked at Feng Shen, Tianzuan, and Ao, Jian, Tianzuan again. He didn't feel the changes in their cultivation. After all, both of them had reached the reaching heaven realm. It was difficult for him to judge how much their strength had improved. At this time, he looked at the 2 of them and could only feel that their auras were much more condensed than before. Thanks to you, junior martial brother, and I have gained a lot. Feng Shen Tianzuan naturally noticed his gaze and knew what he was thinking, so he said with a smile. Lin Tian hurriedly waved his hand. It's not thanks to me. Senior, please don't say that. I'm really sorry. Feng Shen Tianzuan had sensed that there was an aura related to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness here. It guarded him here and intercepted the ancestor Gu and the others from the celestial court. He was very grateful for this. It could be said that if Feng Shen Tianzuan hadn't intercepted the people from the celestial court here, the sword soul fragment here might have been taken away by the celestial court. After all, although the sword soul fragment only responded to him, who had the divine sword's main body, and was incomparably repulsive to outsiders who didn't have the divine sword's main body, the celestial court's foundation was too terrifying. Once those people got close to the sword soul fragment, it was very likely that they would use special methods to take it away. If that really happened, his loss would be great. And if the sword soul fragment was taken away, the primeval yin-yang qi here would definitely fall into the hands of the people from the celestial court. It would be impossible for him to erase the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi and obtain the primeval yin-yang qi. Chapter 22-24. Previously, Feng Shen Tianzuan had already told him that he was indebted to you. Now that he said the same thing again, Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed. If not for Feng Shen Tianzuan guarding the sword spirit fragment for him, It was very likely that the sword's spirit fragment would have been taken away by the celestial court, and he would not have been able to touch the primeval yin-yang energy here. Fengshen Tianzuan had a very peaceful smile and was not pretentious. After hearing Lin Tian's words, he did not say anything else. By the way, Senior Ao Jian and I have discovered some things in the celestial court that we have to deal with. Lin Tian spoke and quickly told Fengshen Tianzuan about the Sprite Bloodstone mine. The Sprite Bloodstone was the core divine material used by the Heaven Protector clan to refine the spirit devouring diagram. This clan was excavating the Sprite Bloodstone with all their might, and they had already found dozens of Sprite blood mines. They had to destroy them one by one, or at least as many as they could. Otherwise, if this clan was allowed to excavate the Sprite Bloodstone without any hindrance, they would be able to refine a large number of complete spirit devouring diagrams in the future. The consequences would be unimaginable. After all, he had already seen the power of a complete spirit devouring diagram. It was truly terrifying. Just a complete spirit devouring diagram alone was many times more powerful than a supreme master of the universe, like the martial ancestor. I know a little. We have already destroyed 3. We were on our way to the next one, but we entered this world halfway. To Lin Tian's surprise, Fengshen Tianzuan spoke. Just like Ao Jian Tianzuan, he already knew about this matter. Moreover, he had already destroyed 3 huge Sprite Bloodstone mines alone. The core divine material used to refine the evil weapon diagram, this must be completely destroyed. The white tiger trembled. Previously, it had witnessed the terror of a complete spirit devouring diagram with its own eyes. That destructive power was too frightening. Lin Tian nodded. We already know the approximate locations of those Sprite Bloodstone mines. Let's destroy them one by one. Let's do that. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded. With that, the group left the Great World and headed to the other Sprite Bloodstone mines. Not long after, they entered another great world and soon arrived at the center of this great world. There was a Sprite Bloodstone mine here. This Sprite Bloodstone mine was not big, and there were dozens of figures guarding it. There was a celestial court master, a 14-winged youth, and 33 other void heaven-grade celestial court cultivators. The celestial court's celestial master and the 14-winged young man stood to the side, watching the 33 void sky rank cultivators excavating the ground with their saint force to collect the Sprite Bloodstones below. Lin Tianyi and his group did not try to conceal themselves when they arrived. They were immediately discovered by dozens of people. Reincarnation physique. The 14-winged youth wore a blood-red robe and stood at the end of the void sky. He was the 6th person of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, so he naturally knew about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique. His eyes lit up as he noticed Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu. And you guys, you actually came here. What a good lineup. As the 6th person of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, he knew a lot of things. Lord, we must suppress them. Beside him, the sky-bound Heaven Master said. He wore a long gray robe and stared at Lin Tian's group without blinking. Naturally, he also knew about Lin Tian's group. At the same time, the other 33 void sky celestial court cultivators also saw Lin Tian's group. They stopped and looked at Lin Tian's group with undisguised hostility. The 14-winged youth nodded. Leave the reincarnation physique to me. You take care of the others. Don't kill them, just suppress them alive. Yes, the gray-robed Heaven Master said. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed toward Lin Tianyi's group. The 14-winged youth's gaze fell on Lin Tian, while the gray-robed Heaven Master locked onto Fengshen Tianzuan's group with his divine sense. Seniors, little Taichu and stupid tiger, let me deal with them alone. I'd like to test my current combat strength. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. With a single step, he appeared in front of the 14-winged youth and the gray-robed old man. He raised his right hand slightly and slashed down with his sword fingers. With a clang, the sound of swords rang out. Dozens of 9-colored energy swords slashed out with extreme sharpness. You effed! The 14-winged young man was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and sword force. He had just spat out the word you, when 11 streaks of sword light pierced through him, and one of them pierced through his forehead, shattering his soul. At the same time, the gray-robed Heaven Master also suffered a calamity. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tian to be so strong, and his chest was pierced by 3 rays of sword light. His body was sent flying by the 3 rays of sword light for several thousand meters. This is really... The white tiger's eyes widened. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu also looked surprised. They had all seen Lin Tian kill an ancient ancestor-level expert before. However, at that time, Lin Tian had used the power of faith to raise his cultivation base and borrowed the power of the Rainbow Divine Sword. Basically, he had relied on external forces. However, this time was different from before. This time, Lin Tian relied on his own strength. With his cultivation base at the end of the Void Sky Realm, he had killed a young celestial of the Celestial Protector clan and sent a heavenly master flying. This was truly a little shocking. At the same time, the other 30, or so Void Sky Realm Celestial Court cultivators trembled and paled. That Lord is said to be the 6th strongest of the younger generation of that clan. He was killed. Lord Heaven Master is at the Heavenly Master Realm, but someone said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at these people indifferently. He silently executed the reincarnation god-slaying art. Mournful screams rang out one after another. The reincarnation god-slaying art's attack was formless and colorless. It could not be seen or touched, and it specialized in attacking the spirit. At this time, it attacked the spirits of dozens of people one after another. After a brief scream, they all collapsed and stopped moving in the blink of an eye. Everyone's bodies were still there, but their souls had been extinguished. Fengshen Tianzuan's expression changed, and a light flashed across his eyes. He vaguely sensed the reincarnation god-slaying art that Lin Tian had executed. Is this also a saint art that he created himself? How amazing! Even as the first disciple of the human king, he felt that this saint art was extraordinary. This was the first time he had seen a saint art that specialized in killing the spirit. At this time, Saint Chi rolled in the distance, and a large expanse of the sky shattered. The gray-robed Heaven Master, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian, stabilized himself and stepped back. You, how dare you? He stared at Lin Tian with shock and anger in his eyes, and his killing intent soared to the sky. This shock and anger was because Lin Tian had killed the 14-winged youth that he was supposed to protect on this trip. That was the 6th strongest of the younger generation of the Heavenly Guardian clan. He would not be able to escape responsibility if he was killed in front of him. He would be in big trouble. Chapter 22-25. The gray-robed god lord was furious. He glared at Lin Tian, holy light surging around his body, and his murderous aura rolling like a vast ocean. Lin Tian looked at this person and did not say anything. He took a step forward and walked over. Dong! He waved the reincarnation fist, and the reincarnation fist will intertwined with a 9-colored fist radiance. The gray-robed god lord roared and met the attack head-on, fully displaying his omnipotent saint power. This time, because he was prepared, the gray-robed old man was not injured by Lin Tian in an instant like before. A long spear forged from dark metal appeared in his hand, covered with dense divine runes. It destroyed Lin Tian's reincarnation fist radiance in one blow and swept toward Lin Tian. There was no doubt that this was an omnipotent artifact, and its power was extremely strong. Lin Tian was fearless. He met the attack head-on without using any artifact. He waved his fist and met the gray-robed old man's hidden spear head-on. Clang! His fist collided with the opponent's hidden spear, and an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard, causing the surrounding space to distort. Then he waved his fist again, and the reincarnation fist radiance blasted toward the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was even more shocked and furious. In order to end the battle quickly, he directly took out his omnipotent artifact to deal with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others after suppressing Lin Tian. He did not expect that Lin Tianyi, a cultivator at the end of the virtual sky, could block it completely. And, with a low roar, the omnipotent artifact shook the hidden spear in his hand, and a large amount of spear radiance shot out, shattering everything. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he was completely fearless. He waved his hands and performed the reincarnation fist, and various mysterious fist techniques appeared one after another. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing metallic sound was constantly heard, mixed with a destructive aura and turbulent energy fluctuations. You're at the virtual sky realm, yet you can block an omnipotent artifact with your bare hands. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Is this the capital of the strongest physique? Very strong, Ao Jian, Tianzuan said in a deep voice. They admitted that they couldn't do such a thing. When they were at the end of Void Sky, it was impossible for them to rely solely on their physical bodies to shake, transcending heaven-grade magic treasures. On the other hand, the White Tiger and the little Taichu appeared to be rather calm. After all, they knew very well how monstrous Lin Tian's physical body was. As a reincarnated body, his physical body was indestructible. Even the brute king physique could not compare to it in the same realm. Moreover, along the way, Lin Tian had cleansed his physical body with heavenly tribulations several times. As such, his physical body was naturally even more terrifying. Now, with Lin Tian's strength at the virtual heaven's end, it was normal for him to use his flesh shell to shake a heaven-reaching, grade precious weapon. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Tian swung his fist of reincarnation and once again landed on the hidden spear of the gray-robed master, shattering the treasure weapon into pieces. The fragments fell from the sky. The gray-robed heaven master became even more furious. His transcending, heaven-grade cosmic artifact had been destroyed just like that. You clang! The clanging sound of the sword reverberated, shattering the opponent's transcending heaven-grade cosmic artifact. Lin Tian stepped forward and waved the reincarnation sword technique. 9-colored sword rays swept across the sky, attacking the gray-robed old man from different angles. One of the sword rays hit the gray-robed old man. With a puff, blood splattered. The gray-robed heaven master was immediately sent flying. However, after flying for more than 100 feet, the old man stabilized himself and glared at Lin Tian fiercely. Damn you! The old man roared. He was a transcending heaven-grade expert, but now he was continuously injured by someone at the virtual heaven's end. As he roared, the saint power in his body began to erupt with a rumble. The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness immediately propped up. Then, the divine shadow of Tao light appeared behind him. It was a powerful, transcending, heaven-grade, magical power, as if it could destroy everything. Kill! The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness pressed down, and the divine shadow of Tao light rose. The old man healed his injured body and attacked Lin Tian again. He must take down Lin Tian, the reincarnation form, today. Facing the gray-robed heaven master and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and divine shadow of Tao light, Lin Tian suddenly felt a sense of pressure. After all, he was now at the virtual heaven's end, and his cultivation base was a whole realm lower than this old man's. Moreover, he was completely relying on his own strength to fight this old man. He didn't even rely on the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the origin divine weapon, the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which could increase his battle prowess by 20 times. Therefore, it was naturally not easy for him. However, although he felt the pressure, his expression didn't change at all. He still faced the old man head-on, using the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body. He used his left hand to form the reincarnation fist, and his right hand to wave the reincarnation sword. His fist and sword radiance appeared in 9 colors as they met the old man's divine shadow of Tao technique. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the light of destruction shook violently. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. After 4 hours of fierce battle, Lin Tian had used up a lot of his saint energy, and his face was slightly pale. After defeating all of the Heaven Master's divine shadow of Tao technique, he condensed the reincarnation sword with his saint energy and pierced the old man's chest. Poof! Blood splashed everywhere as the gray-robed Heaven Master was immediately blasted into pieces. Only his soul remained intact and managed to escape. Lin Tian chased after him and silently used the reincarnation god slaying technique, directly bombarding the old man's soul. Ah! With his soul injured, the Heaven Master couldn't help but scream as his soul staggered back in the void. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he launched a flurry of attacks. Reincarnation fist radiance, reincarnation sword radiance, reincarnation god slaying technique, lightning divine Tao, and nature divine Tao were used one after another, inflicting heavy damage on the old man. Damn it! The gray-robed old man was furious. He was a dignified immortal realm expert, but he was suppressed by a void sky cultivator. Rumble! The glow of the Tao within his body surged out and forcefully fused with the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, and it transformed into an enormous millstone. Its aura of destruction was countless times stronger than the attacks from before, and it was extremely frightening. He stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent. A mere void sky cultivator forced me to use my full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the millstone of destruction directly enveloped Lin Tian. The surrounding space was completely sealed. Lin Tian felt an even greater pressure than before. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. Buzz! Behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed out and immediately released a divine and incomparably vast aura. It merged with the lightning divine Tao and nature divine Tao, turning into his most powerful divine Tao reincarnation diagram. It mightily flew toward the gray-robed Heaven Master. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Rumble! The entire great world shook. The void shattered inch by inch, and the ground sank inch by inch. The waves of destruction swept over here. After a few breaths of time, the gray-robed Heaven Master was sent flying. His body was in tatters, and blood was flowing out of his wounds. His internal organs were riddled with cracks, and his body was riddled with holes. You! When he looked at Lin Tian again, the immortal realm Heaven Master's face was filled with shock and anger. He had already used his peak strength, but he still couldn't take down Lin Tian. Instead, he was seriously injured by Lin Tian. For the time being, he couldn't even repair his damaged body. Dense cracks appeared on his soul in his sea of knowledge. He looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, his body trembled slightly. He took 2 steps back, then turned around and turned into a ray of light to escape into the distance. He escaped. He was completely defeated. In the distance, the white tiger trembled. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes widened. The winner of this battle was already very clear. Lin Tian, with his cultivation base at the end of the void heaven, completely suppressed the gray-robed Heaven Master, who was in the early immortal realm. He severely injured his opponent time and time again, causing his opponent to feel fear and choose to escape. Even Feng Shen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan had strange light in their eyes. Lin Tian's battle strength made it difficult for them not to be moved. He was really too strong. Whoosh! The gray-robed Heaven Master was extremely fast. At this time, he completely gave up on the battle and fled at top speed. You can't escape. Lin Tian and Ao locked onto his opponent with his divine sense and directly pressed forward, stopping him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 22-26. The Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram intertwined with a vast and unparalleled aura, completely enveloping the gray-robed God Lord. Terrified, the gray-robed God Lord frantically urged his saint power to meet the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram head-on. Open. However, after more than 4 hours of fierce battle, he had been severely injured by Lin Tian several times. At this time he was already extremely weak and did not have much combat power left. Facing the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram suppression, he could not resist at all, and the saint power he supported instantly collapsed. Die. Lin Tiandao said this word, and the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram continued to press down under his will and became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Path Reincarnation Diagram landed on the gray-robed God Lord, shattering him into pieces. Even his soul was annihilated under this attack. For a moment, the fierce battle in this place no longer continued, and the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Complete victory! In the distance, the white tiger could not help but exclaim, feeling both shocked and excited. Yeah, the little Taichu was just like it, even as strong as Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. At this time, their eyes were also intertwined with wisps of light. Now, Lin Tian did not rely on any external power, completely relying on his own strength, and with his cultivation base at the end of the virtual sky, he killed a powerful existence at the early stage of the Tongtian realm. Throughout history, how many people have done such a thing? Fengshen Tianzuan whispered. It should be said that it is worthy of being called the strongest physique. In front, above the Sprite Bloodstone mine, Lin Tian's saint power outside his body was almost exhausted. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were intertwined with light. Completely relying on himself, without any external power or precious weapon, he killed a powerhouse at the early stage of the Tongtian realm with his cultivation base at the end of the virtual sky. This more or less gave him some sense of accomplishment. After all, the gap between the virtual sky and the early stage of the Tongtian realm was huge. Good, he muttered to himself. Fighting against the Tongtian realm gray-robed God Lord as an opponent, he was very satisfied with his current combat strength. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra operated on its own, absorbing the immortal spirit bodies in all directions to recover the saint power he had consumed. Kid, you're really heaven-defying. The white tiger and little Taichu flashed over. Very shocking. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan also stepped forward. Fengshen Tianzuan said with a smile, "It's all right." Lin Tian said modestly, "In this place a small portion of the demon blood had already been excavated." A faint, baleful aura interweaved in the air. He, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan worked together to completely destroy the demon blood here, leaving only a large pit. There are still dozens of others. Destroy them one by one. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, the group left this place and headed to the other Sprite Bloodstone mines according to the information they had obtained. You're not too far away from the Heavenspan level. Now, you'll be the one to deal with the ordinary Heavenspan cultivators. Using battle to temper yourself, you'll be able to enter the Heavenspan level very quickly. Along the way, Fengshen Tianzuan said to Lin Tian, "You're right, Senior. That's what I think too." Lin Tiandao, cultivating with the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi. He had now reached the end of the void sky and was indeed not too far away from the Heavenspan level. After killing the Gray Shirt God Lord, he had this idea in mind. After that, he fought with the early-stage god lord of the celestial court as his opponent. He wanted to temper himself in battle and break through to the heaven-span level in battle. Once he broke through to the heaven-span level, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change, and it would be far from what it was now. At that time, he would definitely be able to obliterate ordinary heaven-span level powerhouses with a flick of his finger. At the same time, now that the black-yellow universe was about to be destroyed in order to survive, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Yeah, I want to experience it too. Little Taichu said in a childish voice, waving its little paw, looking very energetic. You and Brat Lin go experience it. Grandpa Tiger will watch you experience it. I'll let you kill all the enemies. I won't fight with you. The White Tiger said, if you find any heavenly treasure or something, Grandpa Tiger will not hesitate and will definitely refine it for you. Look at you. Lin Tian almost slapped it. You and the little guy can fight those below the heaven-span level. Grandpa Tiger is just joking. The White Tiger rolled its eyes. Don't worry about those below the heaven-span level. Just leave them to Grandpa Tiger and the little guy. The 3 men and 2 beasts hurried on their way, shuttling through the cracks of various worlds. Soon, they entered another great world. This world was about 10 times larger than the immortal domain. They came to the southeastern region of this world, where they found another sprite bloodstone mine and were in the process of excavation. There was an 18-winged powerhouse from the heavenly guardian clan comparable to an ancient ancestor of the celestial court, 9 ordinary heaven lords, and dozens of void sky powerhouses. The lineup was extremely shocking. The 3 men and 2 beasts came to this place without any concealment and were naturally discovered by the crowd at the first moment. The eyes of the celestial court's experts turned cold. Take them all. The 18-winged powerhouse ordered. Immediately, all the cultivators of the celestial court, including the 18-winged powerhouse and the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, moved. 9 heaven lords. Can you deal with them all at once with your own strength? Fengshen Tianzuan asked Lin Tian. I'm not sure, but we'll fight to the best of our ability. Lin Tian's words were simple. He took a step forward, and his majestic divine sense locked onto the 9 heaven lords. He activated the reincarnation sword art and attacked the 9 heaven lords at the same time. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the purple-armored ancient ancestor of the celestial court, and he directly stepped forward. The mighty heavenly sword scripture enveloped this ancient ancestor powerhouse. Fengshen Tianzuan glanced at Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Then he also moved after Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan. The divine picture of 4 symbols immediately drew out and pressed down on the 18-winged celestial protector powerhouse. Yeah, let's go too. Little Taichu said to the White Tiger. It stared at the dozens of virtual sky powerhouses, most of whom were at the end of the virtual sky. With a whoosh, the little guy directly rushed over. The 6-colored divine flame spread out and almost ignited the sky. The White Tiger roared and naturally charged over as well. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out in this place, and all kinds of holy radiance and Tao radiance surged. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by resplendent holy radiance. He relied on his own strength to fight the 9 heaven lords. The reincarnation divine realm, reincarnation god slaying technique, reincarnation fist, and reincarnation sword art were supported one by one. The reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory was also activated. Soon, more than 14 hours had passed. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered heavy injuries. With his own strength, and without the help of any external weapons, he killed all 9 ordinary heaven lords. F***CK. The White Tiger's hair stood on end. Do you have to be so freakish? Chapter 22-27. The White Tiger was shocked, and so was the little Taichu. On the other side, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's cultivation base had improved a little with the help of the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi. Their battle prowess had greatly increased, and they had also defeated their respective opponents. They looked at Lin Tian now. Although they were not as shocked as the white tiger and the little Taichu, their eyes were still filled with a strong light. With his cultivation at the end of the void sky, he didn't rely on any external help at all, yet he faced 9 transcending heaven realm experts by himself at the same time. In the end, he actually killed all 9 of them in succession. How heaven-defying was that? Since ancient times, it seems that only Master has done such a thing. Fengshen Tianzuan whispered. Lin Tian's entire body was covered in blood, and there were more than 10 transparent holes in his body. His internal organs were all damaged, and he was gasping for breath. With the cultivation of virtual Sky's End, he had to face 9 transcending heaven-tier powerhouses at the same time. Although he had killed 9 of them, the process was naturally not easy. He had suffered extremely heavy injuries, and was actually not far from death. He laboriously operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and immediately drew in all the immortal spirit chi in the surrounding space to heal his cultivation injuries. The 9-colored saint power generated by the Reincarnation Heart Sutra naturally had extraordinary healing power. At this time, as he operated this ancient sutra on his own, immortal spirit chi surged, and the 9-colored saint power appeared, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Due to the severity of his injuries, it took him a total of 4 hours to completely heal his injuries. My cultivation base has improved a little. After healing his injuries, he sensed his body and found that he was closer to the reaching heaven realm. It seemed that he could break through at any time. This naturally made him very satisfied, and a light flashed in his eyes. Heaven-defying, heaven-defying. Kid, you're getting more and more abnormal. In the past 4 hours, because Lin Tian was healing, the white tiger, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu did not disturb him. It was only now that Lin Tian's injuries had recovered that the group walked over. The white tiger stared. Little Taichu landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and called out in a childish voice. It was very happy that Lin Tian's combat strength was so strong. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy. Little Taichu. In this place, the fierce battle had completely ended. Everyone from the celestial court who lived here had been obliterated. He, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked and destroyed the sprite blood ores here. After that, they did not linger and directly left this world. They now knew that the Heaven Protectors had discovered dozens of sprite blood ores, and they also knew the approximate coordinates. After leaving this world, they searched for the coordinates of these sprite blood ores and searched for them one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others had destroyed 19 sprite blood ores. In the process, he had naturally encountered many heaven masters at the early stage of reaching heaven realm. He had taken on all of them alone, without the help of any precious weapons, and fought with his own strength. Using experts of this level to hone his strength, he had at most fought 21 heaven masters at the early stage of reaching heaven realm together. He had almost died, but in the end he had survived and killed all 21 heaven masters at the early stage of reaching heaven realm. The effect of this kind of training was obvious. After every fierce battle, his cultivation base would increase a little. Moreover, his control of the saint force, Tao force, and the ancient scriptures and divine arts that he had created would become smoother. On this day, 3 months later, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others had found another sprite blood Oregon. In this place, there were 29 heaven masters at the early stage of reaching heaven realm in the early stage of celestial court. He had taken on all 29 of them with his own strength, and after more than 6 hours, he had killed all 29 heaven masters at the early stage of reaching heaven realm. Then, almost at the same time, his saint body which was covered in blood and tattered, suddenly trembled. Boom! The sky exploded and turned pitch black in an instant. A huge thunderbolt vortex appeared and covered an unknown area. There were dense, blood-red lightning bolts interweaving in it, like many angry, blood-red dragons. Near this sprite blood, or Fengshen Tianzuan, had not made a move after killing 2 ancient ancestor-level existences. There was only one ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court left, fighting fiercely with the proud sword Heavenly Clan. There were also more than 10 Void Sky experts being chased by little Taichu and the White Tiger. Seeing this scene, they could not help but stop temporarily and look up at the sky. Heavenly tribulation. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes narrowed, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was covered in blood, with a bright light in his eyes. Heaven. Reaching heaven realm. The White Tiger's eyes widened, and its gaze fell on Lin Tian. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes also widened. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes also lit up. They all knew that after Lin Tian's reincarnation body reached the airborne realm, he would attract heavenly tribulation lightning every time he stepped into a higher realm. He was different from ordinary cultivators. At this time, seeing the heavenly tribulation, feeling the power of the heavenly tribulation, and seeing the thundercloud vortex above Lin Tian, they naturally knew that this heavenly tribulation lightning had appeared because of Lin Tian. In an instant, they knew that Lin Tian had stepped into the reaching heaven realm. Even the Celestial Court ancient ancestor, who was fighting with Ao Jian Tianzuan and the other Void Sky experts of the Celestial Court, were shocked at this time. These people guessed that the heavenly tribulation lightning was attracted by Lin Tian. At this time, all of their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Boom! The second roar sounded, and the thundercloud vortex shook. The entire sky was about to explode, and a destructive aura covered the sky and earth. It was so strong that it was a little scary, as if it was going to destroy the entire universe. It was terrifying to the extreme. The White Tiger immediately trembled violently. At this time, under the heavenly tribulation lightning attracted by Lin Tian, it felt its whole body turn cold with a sharp pain in its divine soul, and its hair stood on end. Yeah, little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. At this time, the destructive aura suppressed by the heavenly tribulation lightning was too terrifying. The faces of the more than 10 Void Sky experts of the Celestial Court turned pale. Cold sweat immediately appeared and kept flowing down. At this moment, in this place, only Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the Celestial Court ancient ancestor who was still alive were slightly calmer. After all, they were very strong, and their mental states were much more profound. They were far from ordinary cultivators. Boom! The third roar of thunder sounded, and the thundercloud vortex became even more terrifying. The destructive aura intertwined with each other became even more frightening. Lin Tian was at the center of the heavenly tribulation lightning. At this time, his whole body was covered in blood. He looked up at the heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky and took a deep breath. His essence, chi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He used his mind to control his cultivation, and with great difficulty, he retreated to the Void Sky realm. With his cultivation at the end of the Void Sky realm, without any external help, he fought against 29 Void Sky experts at the same time. Although he killed 29 of them, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. His saint force was almost exhausted, and even a true immortal could kill him at this time. Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation lightning. He had to temporarily withdraw from the heavenly tribulation lightning and wait for his injuries to recover before he could begin to transcend the tribulation. P.S. On the annual Dragon Boat Festival, I wish everyone good health. Then, the final chapter of an old drunkard story was released on the Dragon's WeChat public account. It was a small gift from the dragon for the Dragon Boat Festival. Everyone, follow the dragon's WeChat public account and reply with the number 15 to see it. If you want to see all the stories of an old drunkard, reply with the number 1 to see it. Chapter 22-28. Lin Tian concentrated his essence, qi and spirit. Even though he was heavily injured, he suppressed his cultivation with great difficulty. Soon, 5 breaths passed. The lightning vortex in the sky suddenly trembled and then slowly dissipated. The space became bright again, and the destructive aura from before disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He panted heavily, and blood flowed out of his body. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew the immortal qi from all directions to quickly heal his injured body. Now he temporarily withdrew from the Heaven Ascension realm and forcibly returned to the end of the void sky, causing the lightning punishment to dissipate. 1. As he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, a faint 9-colored saint light emerged from his body and quickly healed his injuries. Temporarily withdrew from the Heaven Ascension realm. The white tiger asked. It wasn't the first time it had seen such a scene. It immediately guessed what Lin Tian had done. Its gaze fell on the dozen or so void sky rank experts of the celestial court. It rushed over with a swoosh, and its entire body was covered in a vast and mighty demonic aura. Little guy and them. Yeah. Little Tai Chu responded. It directly propped up its 6-colored divine flame, and together with the white tiger, attacked the dozen or so celestial court experts indiscriminately. In an instant, blood exploded. The two attacked with all their strength. They had already killed more than 80 void sky experts before. At this time, the last dozen or so void sky experts were all killed. Clang! On the other side, an ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. Ao Jian Tianzuan's body was also stained with blood, and he was seriously injured. At this time, he circulated the Heaven Ascension sword scripture to the limit and used one of its core techniques. After a few breaths, he slashed the celestial court ancient ancestor into pieces and then annihilated the ancient ancestor's spirit. In an instant, the place fell silent. All the experts of the heavenly court who lived here had been wiped out. Outside of Lin Tian's body, a 9-colored holy radiance surrounded him. Strands of immortal spiritual energy surged forth, slowly healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and his broken body was completely healed. However, his internal injuries were still far from being healed. Fighting 29 transcending Heaven Realm experts at the same time and killing all of them at the same time, his injuries were too severe. Senior, I need to go into seclusion for about 3 days, he said to Fengshen Tianzuan. Given his current injuries, even though the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was extraordinary, it would take at least 3 days for him to fully recover. Only then could he begin his tribulation and continue to destroy the other demon bloodstone mines. Fengshen Tianzuan naturally knew his current state and nodded with a smile. The demon bloodstone mines in this place had already been destroyed in the previous battle. Immediately, he left with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Not long after, they found a large, desolate world. Although it was very vast, it was extremely desolate. More than 90% of it was desert. Even ordinary grass and shrubs were hard to find. He chose to enter this desolate world for 2 reasons. Firstly, this desolate place was very suitable for seclusion. He did not need to worry about being discovered or disturbed. Secondly, while this world was vast, it was also desolate. There were no signs of life. Once his injuries were completely healed, he could directly undergo his heavenly tribulation in this desolate world. He did not need to find another suitable place to undergo his heavenly tribulation. After entering this world, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others came behind a sand dune. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan stood guard for him. He took out some elixirs from his body. while circulating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual chi of this world to heal his injuries. He also used these elixirs to assist him. This was because the spiritual chi in this large world was very thin. If he did not use these elixirs, he estimated that it would take at least 10 days to fully recover. Buzz! Outside his body, a faint 9-colored holy brilliance lingered. His essence, chi, and spirit increased bit by bit, heading towards his peak state. In another part of the universe, in the crevice of the world, dim light pulsed in the crevice of the world. A huge spirit-devouring diagram lay horizontally, intertwining with an extremely terrifying baleful aura. 2372 winged elders were under the spirit-devouring diagram. The baleful aura of the spirit-devouring diagram enveloped a man and a woman. The powerful, baleful aura caused the two to faint. They were the azure-robed man and the goddess of the first day. His strength is far from his peak state, but he made us expend so much energy. I should say, as expected of you. One of them said coldly. His gaze swept past the divine key and then landed on the green-clothed man. Cold light interweaved in his eyes. Back then, you were inferior to even ants, yet now, you have reached such heights, surpassing us. Their clan had used the complete, spirit-devouring diagram to hunt down the azure-robed man and the goddess, who was far from his peak state. At first, 7 elders had used the complete, spirit-devouring diagram to hunt down the two. Then, 15 elders had chased after the two. In the end, 23 elders had joined forces to attack the two with the complete, spirit-devouring diagram. It took them more than 3 months to suppress the two. As a result, even though these 23 top experts had won and successfully suppressed the two, their expressions were not good. They saw the gap. In terms of combat power, they were far inferior to the goddess and the azure-robed man. Shin Qi was one thing. After all, they already knew how strong Shin Qi was. He was the #1 cultivator of their clan back then. However, the man in green, who used to be a weak mortal scholar, had also grown to such a level. He was stronger than them. They couldn't accept this. Their faces darkened. Shame! Among them, a golden-robed elder attacked. Divine chains of order intertwining with cold, killing intent. He directly pressed down on the goddess and the azure-robed man. However, he was stopped by a purple-robed elder. "Why are you stopping us?" The golden-robed elder frowned. "It's too wasteful to kill them directly. They are of great use." The purple-robed elder said coldly, "Don't they have a daughter?" "She is the reincarnated being's wife. With them as bait, the reincarnated being will rush to us." He continued, "At the same time, the human king's 2 disciples, the little thing from the fairy spirit royalty, the martial ancestor, the primitive emperor, and the Miesher are all close to him. When the time comes, we will suppress them together, kill the martial ancestor and the other old men. Then we will use the human king's 2 disciples to threaten the human king. We will use the little thing from the fairy spirit royalty to lure out the old demon." Hearing this, the golden-robed elder's expression changed. The other 21 people's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Bring them back and make arrangements." Obviously, they all thought that it was a great idea. In the barren macro-world in the universe of Xianhuang. Buzz! Chapter 2229. The 9-colored holy light intertwined, dyeing the surrounding space in 9 colors. Lin Tian operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew in all the immortal spiritual chi in the surrounding space. He took out some elixirs and refined them. His essence, chi, and spirit immediately recovered at a very fast speed. Ao Jian Tianzuan was also seriously injured. Like Lin Tianyi, he also sat down cross-legged and operated the ancient scripture to heal himself. Fengshen, Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger were not injured. They guarded Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan on the side. Time passed like sand between fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later. On this day, the 9-colored holy light outside Lin Tian's body had reached an extremely shocking level. The next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes, and the space in front of him was slightly distorted. "Kid, are you done?" White Tiger asked when he saw him open his eyes. Fengshan Tianzuan, little Taichu, and Ao Jian Tianzuan, who had recovered from his injuries 2 days ago, also looked at him at this time. "I'm done." Lin Tiandao stood up. After 3 days, his injuries had been completely healed, and his essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered to the peak state. Then let's start the tribulation. The samsara body of the reaching heaven realm is a great qualitative change. I feel excited just thinking about it. White Tiger's eyes were very bright. Lin Tian nodded. Now that his injuries were healed, he naturally planned to go through the tribulation immediately. He said goodbye to White Tiger, Fengshan Tianzuan, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu. The 4 of them stayed where they were. He walked forward by himself. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled about tens of thousands of feet before he stopped. This was a barren big world. Except for them, there were no other creatures. He didn't need to worry about anything. He directly released his aura and rushed into the reaching heaven realm again. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky, and a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared immediately. The entire sky instantly turned pitch black. Within the lightning vortex, streaks of blood-red lightning interweaved. An aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth. It was extremely shocking. Seriously, tens of thousands of feet away, Fengshan Tianzuan's eyes were intertwined with faint light as he stared at the thunderbolt vortex without blinking. Even though he had already seen it once 3 days ago, he could not help but be moved when he saw it now. At the same time, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, little Taichu, and White Tiger were the same. Their eyes were filled with shock. Boom! Another clap of thunder rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing, and the lightning vortex swirled about. The aura became even more terrifying. The power of destruction was surging violently. Lin Tian was standing in the center of the heavenly tribulation, so he could clearly feel how terrifying the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation was. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. "Come!" He faced the sky and yelled. Immediately, the sky shook violently, and the first round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. This was a sea of lightning, formed by blood-red lightning, and blood-red lightning waves rolled over and over. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with sharp light. He did not dodge, nor did he make any resistance. He faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning drowned him, and blood splashed out. When the sea of lightning dissipated, many cracks appeared on his body. Blood-red lightning interweaved at the wounds, and sizzling sounds were heard. Again, he looked at the sky and spoke again. With his current strength, he could have easily blocked the first round of the heavenly tribulation. However, he did not block it. Instead, he deliberately endured it with his physical body. He forcefully tempered his physical body with the power of the heavenly tribulation, making his physical body stronger under the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The sky shook violently, and the second round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. In this regard, Lin Tian still did not make any resistance. He used his physical body to withstand it, and then summoned the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. The Immortal Emperor Pagoda was his origin divine weapon. He summoned this pagoda and used it to withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation to become stronger. The second round of the heavenly tribulation drowned him and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Then the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down one after another. Each round was more terrifying than the last, and the destructive power it emitted was more terrifying than the last. Facing these heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian used his physical body to withstand it. He did not resist at all, and blood splashed out again and again. This kid really likes to torture himself. In the distance, the white tiger shrank its neck. It definitely did not have the courage to treat itself in such a cruel way to become stronger. It was too painful. After all, that was the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment, not ordinary lightning. The pain of being struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning without any defense was inhuman. Just thinking about it made its scalp tingle, and a chill ran down its spine. Little Taichu could not help but shrink its neck as it watched Lin Tianyi being struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning, and blood splashed out time and time again. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at the heavenly tribulation. At this time, a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. In order to become stronger, little junior brother always treated himself cruelly back then. Ao Jian Tianzuan whispered. So many years have passed since he was forced to reincarnate. Little junior brother, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. For a moment, the surrounding space was distorted, and there was a terrifying sword and tent intertwined, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Little Taichu and White Tiger were next to him, and they were immediately shocked by the sword and tent. "Great God, what are you doing?" White Tiger opened its mouth and could not help but tremble. The sword and tent that Ao Jian Tianzuan was emitting at this time was much more terrifying than when he was fighting the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, and it could not help but feel a chill in its spirit. Yeah, little Taichu also opened its eyes wide. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything. The sword and tent that he emitted gradually subsided, and the place quickly returned to normal. Fengshan Tianzuan was silent. After listening to Ao Jian Tianzuan's words, he seemed to recall many things in the past. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said softly, "Don't worry, Master is here. He won't let anything happen to little junior brother. I know, and I have always believed in this. However, in the end, it is impossible not to worry at all." Ao Jian Tianzuan took a deep breath and said, "It seems that my cultivation is still very far away, and my state of mind is far from qualified. It has nothing to do with that." Fengshen Tianzuan shook his head. The two did not say anything else, and their eyes fell on the thunder punishment in front of them. Boom! Thunder rolled, and the sky roared. The main thunder punishment struck down one after another. Lin Tian resisted the thunder punishment and used the thunder punishment to forge his body. When the 11th round of the main thunder punishment pressed down, it was finally difficult for him to withstand the baptism of thunder without any resistance. He began to operate the reincarnation forging spirit technique and used his magical secret skills to resist. In this way, the ear-piercing thunder roared. Soon, the last round of the main thunder punishment pressed down. Just like the last round of the main thunder punishment of the previous heavenly tribulations, dense thunder shadows emerged. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. Each of them was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying and destructive aura. As soon as they appeared, they struck down mightily, as if to destroy everything. Chapter 2230. The lightning shadows were densely packed as they pressed down from the sky. The destructive aura completely enveloped the space within 100,000 feet. Lin Tian was fearless in the face of the last round of the main lightning punishment. The reincarnation forging divine art increased his combat strength by 20 times. The reincarnation divine territory protected his body, and the reincarnation portrait of the monarch territory was raised. It merged with the divine way of thunder and divine way of nature and blasted upwards. Boom! 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 With a shocking boom, the lightning shadows were destroyed one by one under the reincarnation portrait. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. All the lightning shadows in this area were destroyed. The lightning vortex in the sky trembled slightly and then gradually dispersed. The destructive aura also disappeared with it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian had some blood on his body. He was injured, but it was not serious. He recovered in the blink of an eye. Back then, after Wu Yi created the reincarnation forging divine art for him, which could increase his combat strength by 10 times, it was much easier for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. Then he created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to maximize the potential of the reincarnation origin, which allowed the reincarnation forging divine art to increase his combat strength by 20 times. Coupled with the reincarnation divine territory, it was even easier for him to pass the heavenly tribulation now. In the sky, the thundercloud vortex dispersed and became bright. 7-colored, auspicious clouds appeared, sprinkling down strands of 7-colored rainbow light directly above Lin Tian's head, enveloping his entire body. Lin Tian knew that this was the gift of heaven and earth after the heavenly tribulation. He immediately activated the reincarnation forging divine art, guiding the 7-colored divine light into his body to refine his body, bones, and spirit. Outside his body, 9-colored divine light intertwined, gradually becoming more and more dazzling. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. The 7-colored, auspicious clouds in the sky disappeared, and the 9-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body became even more dazzling. His essence, qi, and spirit were exuberant like a heavenly furnace. He used his divine thought to look inside his body and immediately felt the changes that had happened to him. The saint energy in his body had undergone a qualitative change. His divine soul had become more powerful, and his flesh shell had become stronger. It was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy, and it was as if he could destroy a large world with just a light wave of his fist. Furthermore, now that his cultivation had reached the heavenly arrival realm, he felt as though the entire world had changed. Everything in his field of vision was much clearer than before. It felt as though he had opened his eye of destiny. "All right," he muttered to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. He could clearly feel how powerful he was now. He took a deep breath and looked at the fragments of purple light floating in the void of space. These purple light fragments were formed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda after it was shattered by the thunder punishment. With a thought, the purple light fragments quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was reformed. There were more thunder imprints in it, and the thunder suppression it exuded had reached an extremely shocking level. It seemed like it could destroy everything with a slight move. What a powerful divine weapon! A voice rang out. Seeing that Lin Tian had completed his tribulation, Fengshen Tinzuin and the others walked over. Fengshen Tinzuin said, "It's amazing." Ao Jian Tinzuin also spoke. Both of them were not ordinary people. At this time, they could naturally feel the extraordinary power of Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. "Seniors, you flatter me." Lin Tian smiled humbly and put the immortal Emperor Pagoda back into his body. At this time, there was not a single inch of intact land within a radius of 10,000 feet. It was extremely scorched. In many places, the space was still distorted from time to time. Even though the heavenly tribulation had dispersed for a long time, it still had not recovered. I have finally reached the heavenly arrival realm. The heavenly arrival realm's reincarnation body. The white tiger looked at Lin Tian, its eyes shining. It rubbed its paws and said, "Let's quickly find a place to test our combat strength." Heaven Ascension was the strongest realm on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian had stepped into this realm at this time, and it could not help but feel excited. It wanted to see how strong Lin Tian's combat strength was now. There is a demon blood mine nearby. Although it is not big, there will be at least a Heaven Ascension realm expert guarding it. Fengshen Tinzuin looked at Lin Tian with a gentle smile. Obviously, this first disciple of the Human King was also like the white tiger at this time. He also wanted to see how strong Lin Tian, who was known to have the strongest physique in the world, would be after reaching the Heaven Ascension realm. Lin Tian smiled and nodded in response to Fengshen Tianzuan's words. He knew where the demon blood mine that Fengshen Tianzuan had mentioned was. A 9-colored holy light appeared around his body, extending to the surroundings and landing on Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and the white tiger. He took the group and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in the crack between worlds outside this world. Then, after a few more disillusionment, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others entered a new great world. Looking around, this great world had magnificent mountains and rivers. The immortal essence Qi was very dense, comparable to the immortal domain of the primordial universe. This, the white tiger stared. Yeah, the little Taichu also stared. Wrapped in sane energy, they moved. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Tian had brought them from the previous macro world, through the crevice between the worlds, and appeared in this new world. This speed was so fast that it made them shudder in fear. It gave them the same feeling as when Wu Yi used spatial magic to take them to teleport. Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan could not help but have traces of light in their eyes at this time. Worthy of the title of the strongest physique, Fengshen Tianzuan said, when he had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm. How could he have the speed of Lin Tian? Not even 1/10 of it. Most importantly, he could clearly feel that Lin Tian's movement at this time was clearly done casually. He did not use much strength at all. Lin Tian chuckled. Faint saint light lingered around his body. In the next moment, he disappeared with the group again and reappeared in a crimson mountain range that was intertwined with a faint murderous aura. Looking around, there were more than 70 figures in front of them. 5 of them were at the Heaven Ascension realm, while the rest were at the Void Sky realm. All of them were dressed in the unique attire of the Celestial Court, and the essence, Qi, and spirit that surrounded them were very shocking. Who is it? The appearance of Lin Tian and the others naturally attracted the attention of these people in the blink of an eye, and all of them looked over. Then, among the 5 Heaven Ascension realm lords, one of them was immediately moved, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. It's you. This was a middle-aged man who recognized Lin Tian. At this time, when he looked at Lin Tian, demon Qi immediately surged around his body. His eyes were filled with shock and greed, and he stared at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a prey. Lin Tian looked at this person, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. It's you. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. This old dog joined the Celestial Court. Chapter 2231. The middle-aged man was wearing the Celestial Court's uniform. Demonic Qi intertwined around his body. Lin Tian recognized this person with a single glance. Myriad transformations, demon monarch. Looking at this person, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Back in the primordial universe, when his reincarnation physique was exposed in the void heavenly realm, this person had tried to steal his reincarnation origin. At that time, this person wasn't a member of the Celestial Court. Who would have thought that this person would appear in the profound yellow universe and with a uniform of the Celestial Court? It was obvious that he was a member of the Celestial Court, a Heaven Master level expert of the Celestial Court. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything. They just watched in silence. At this time, the other 4 Celestial Court Heavenly Masters were also looking at Lin Tian. Seeing the myriad transformations, Demon Monarch's reaction, one of them asked, "You know him?" The other Void Heavens cultivators also couldn't help but look at the myriad transformations, Demon Monarch. These cultivators of the Celestial Court, including the Heavenly Masters, had limited cultivation. They couldn't see through Lin Tian's physique. At the same time, because their status in the Celestial Court wasn't very high, they naturally didn't know about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique. Those who knew about this were at least ancient ancestors or young supremes of the heavenly guardian clan. He's a reincarnation physique. The myriad transformations, demon monarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 4 heavenly masters' expressions changed. Reincarnation physique. He's to reincarnation physique. The 4 heavenly masters' expressions changed. At the same time, the other void heavens experts were also shocked. Their gazes all landed on Lin Tian. The reincarnation physique, the strongest physique in the world, had actually appeared, and now he was standing right in front of them. I didn't expect you to come to this universe. Looking at Lin Tian, the myriad transformations, demon monarch's eyes turned cold. Then he sneered. His powerful divine sense spread out and locked onto Lin Tian. Step by step, he closed in on Lin Tian. At this moment, he completely ignored Fengshen, Tinzuin, and the others. He only had eyes for Lin Tianyi. Back in the Hongmeng universe, that man protected you and kept you safe. Now that you are in the Xianhuang universe, you're no longer in the Hongmeng universe. That man is no longer here. Who can protect you? Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, interrupting his words. Lin Tianji took a step forward and appeared in front of the myriad transformations demon sovereign. The myriad transformations demon monarch was shocked. He couldn't help but take a step back. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You slap! Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the myriad transformations demon sovereign's face. The myriad transformations demon sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, as the myriad transformations demon sovereign was sent flying, Lin Tian grabbed the myriad transformations demon sovereign's neck and restrained him. This scene shocked the other 4 heaven masters of the celestial court. The myriad transformations demon sovereign was definitely not weaker than them, but now he was slapped by Lin Tian. Then Lin Tian grabbed him by the neck. However, the 4 of them quickly regained their senses. One of them said coldly, "Do it! Suppress him!" The reincarnation physique was the strongest physique in the world. These people knew very well that the true core members of the celestial court were very interested in this physique. Now that they saw the reincarnation physique and confirmed it with the myriad transformations demon sovereign, they believed that the myriad transformations demon sovereign was not lying. Therefore, they naturally wanted to suppress Lin Tian, the reincarnation physique, and hand him over to the core members of the celestial court. When the time came, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 of them moved at the same time. Powerful holy light and Tao radiance emerged from their bodies. They attacked Lin Tian from 4 different directions. Some of them even used great divine abilities. This was because from how Lin Tian injured the myriad transformations demon sovereign in an instant, they could tell that Lin Tian was not weak. Therefore, they didn't underestimate him. Lin Tian strangled the myriad transformations demon sovereign. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the 4 of them. He silently used the reincarnation god slaying technique. In an instant, the 4 heaven lords of the celestial court trembled and stopped in their tracks. Then, the holy light Tao radiance around their bodies began to dissipate. The luster of life in their eyes disappeared without a trace. They fell to the ground one after another. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. The white tiger trembled. It knew that Lin Tian, who had reached the heaven ascension level, would definitely be very powerful. However, it didn't expect him to be so powerful. 4 heaven ascension, level heaven, lords were killed by a single glance. This was a little too terrifying. Yeah, the little Taichu widened its eyes. It was also shocked by this scene. Even Fengshen Tenzuin and Ao Jian Tenzuin were shocked. The technique that specialized in attacking the divine soul is even stronger now. Fengshen Tenzuin muttered, On the other side, the other dozens of void sky rank experts of the celestial court looked at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but tremble. Lord, Heavenly Master these people were far weaker than Lin Tian. They couldn't sense the reincarnation god slaying technique that Lin Tian used. However, they clearly knew that the deaths of the 4 heaven lords were definitely related to Lin Tian. Fear appeared on their faces. The 4 heaven lords were all at the heaven ascension level. However, they were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Moreover, they didn't even see how Lin Tian did it. The dozens of people looked at Lin Tian with more and more fear in their eyes. Then, some of them directly fled. They didn't even care about the myriad transformations demon sovereign who was imprisoned by Lin Tian. After the first person fled, others quickly followed suit. The other dozens of void sky cultivators also began to flee. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The 4 heaven ascension level heavenly masters were killed in an instant. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die. Lin Tian strangled the myriad transformations demon sovereign. A 9-colored radiance flashed across his eyes as he used the reincarnation god slaying technique once again. The 5-colored killing power instantly enveloped the dozens of people. Separated by their physical bodies, the killing power instantly shattered their divine souls. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of void sky experts fell one after another, all of them losing their lives. You! The myriad transformations demon sovereign's voice trembled as he was suppressed by Lin Tian. His struggle was useless. At this time, he saw Lin Tian kill the 4 heaven lords and dozens of void sky experts. His face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, panic and fear appeared in his eyes. Back in the Hongmeng universe, the person he viewed as an ant had actually reached such a height. Killing heaven ascension level experts was easier than chopping grass. His divine soul couldn't help but feel cold at this moment. You wanted to say, who in this Xianhuang universe can protect me now? Do you think that you don't have to worry about anything and can suppress me now? Lin Tianling looked at him coldly. Chapter 2232. The myriad transformations demon monarch was scared. His entire body was shrouded in fear. How long had it been since the Hongmeng universe? It had only been a little more than 100 years. In 100 years, the person who was like an ant in his eyes had reached such a high level that he couldn't even resist. He was like a speck of dust in front of the sun. Don't kill you? Let you go? Lin Tianling smiled. This person had tried to steal his origin, so they were mortal enemies. Now he had joined the celestial court and aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Moreover, he thought that an old drunkard wasn't in this universe and wanted to steal his origin, but was defeated by him. After seeing the difference in their strength, he actually asked him to let him go. This made him feel disgusted. Facing Lin Tianling's sneer, the myriad transformations demon monarch trembled and quickly said, I know a big secret. I heard it by chance. The Heaven Protector clan is one of the top clans behind the Celestial Court. They found a natural and perfect world. If you let me go, I can tell you where it is. Hearing this, Lin Tianling was moved. Perfect worlds were spaces above the celestial world of nothingness. There weren't many of them in the world. It was said that as long as one controlled a perfect world, one could comprehend the power that surpassed the order. Its value was immeasurable. As for perfect worlds, they were all evolved from world seeds, nurtured by heaven and earth. They needed to be developed by humans. But now a natural and perfect world had been discovered. Moreover, it was a fully grown, perfect world. If this was true, then the value of that perfect world was unimaginable. He couldn't even express it with words. For real. The white tiger opened his eyes wide. At the same time, little Taichu was slightly shocked. Even Feng Xin Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were slightly moved. It's absolutely true. The myriad transformations demon monarch looked at Lin Tiandao and said, I don't need to tell you the value of that perfect world. As long as you can get it, the benefits will be endless. He looked at Lin Tianling and spoke faster. He said with anticipation, "What do you think? As long as you promise not to kill me, I will immediately—" Bang! Lin Tian gripped the man's neck with his right hand, raised his left hand slightly, and punched the man's abdomen directly, interrupting the man's next words. Then, a strand of divine sense rushed out from between his eyebrows and went straight into the man's sea of consciousness to search for the perfect world that the man had mentioned. After a dozen breaths, Lin Tian withdrew his divine sense. The myriad transformations demon monarch was shocked and furious. Lin Tian had actually forcefully searched his sea of consciousness for information about that perfect world. "You, Pooh!" Lin Tian's right hand shook slightly, and a ring of 9-colored holy light spread out, directly shattering this person and annihilating even his spirit. He was the ultimate reincarnation body, and now that he had reached the connecting heaven level and had been tempered by the power of the heavenly tribulation, his combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary connecting heaven level fighter. He could kill an ordinary connecting heaven level fighter with just a thought. This combat strength is really... The white tiger couldn't help but tremble. He was shocked by Lin Tian's current combat strength. Then he thought of the perfect world that the myriad transformations demon monarch had mentioned, and asked Lin Tiandao, "How is it? Did you find anything about that perfect world? Was that old fool lying?" Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu all looked at Lin Tian. "I found it. He didn't lie." Lin Tiandao. He searched the myriad transformations demon monarch's sea of consciousness with his divine thought of the origin, and found out that the heaven protectors had indeed found a naturally growing perfect world. It was in this universe, and many experts had already gone there, preparing to take over that perfect world. He briefly explained this to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. "There really is one." The white tiger was even more shocked. "Yeah." Little Taichu also stared at him. A fully matured, perfect world was no simple matter. "I think we should go and take that perfect world first. At least, we can't let the heaven protectors get it. Otherwise, we'll have a big problem in the future." Lin Tiandao. Once a perfect world evolved to a fully matured state, its controller would be able to comprehend a power that surpassed the power of order. Now, the perfect world that the heaven protectors had found had naturally matured to a fully matured state. Once that clan obtained it and comprehended a power that surpassed the power of order, the heaven protectors would be at a disadvantage in future battles. A power that surpassed the power of order was countless times more terrifying than the complete, spirit-devouring diagram of the heaven protectors. In other words, the latter couldn't be compared to the former. At this time, he felt that he should temporarily change his direction. He put the demon blood aside and prioritized the matter of the fully matured, perfect world. "Do you know where it is?" Fengshen Tianzuan asked. Obviously, this first disciple of the human king had the same idea as Lin Tian. "I know. It's a bit far from here. With our speed, we can reach it in about 7 days at full speed." Lin Tiandao. He had searched the myriad transformations demon monarch's sea of consciousness about the fully matured, perfect world, so he naturally knew where it was located. "Okay, let's go." Fengshen Tianzuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tian nodded. The sword of samsara appeared, forming a dense mass. Together with the dragon burial scripture, they destroyed the demon blood, in the blink of an eye. Then, together with Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, little Taichu, and White Tiger, he left this world. After that, he led little Taichu and White Tiger, while Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan moved on their own. With him leading the way, they quickly rushed towards the coordinates of the perfect world that they had found in the myriad transformations demon monarch's sea of consciousness. They were moving through the cracks between worlds. Huge worlds would pass by from time to time. It felt as if they were moving through the starry sky. Those huge worlds were like stars that had been magnified countless times. Gradually, as they moved through the cracks between worlds, they could see fewer and fewer worlds. After 3 days, they could no longer see any traces of the worlds. Strictly speaking, the space that they were moving through could no longer be considered a crack between worlds. It could be called a void zone within the universe. They continued to move through the void zone at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 days had passed. Suddenly, a hazy radiance appeared in front of them. "We're here." After arriving here, Lin Tian stopped. Chapter 2233. The hazy radiance enveloped the indescribably huge world. The scene completely stunned Lin Tian. This is the perfect world at the great success stage. His eyelids could not help but twitch violently. The world in front of him was truly too shocking. Not only was it so huge that it was like a mini-world, but it was also because the aura that lingered outside this world was too vast. It felt as if it encompassed everything. He controlled a perfect world, but it was far from evolving to the state of great success. Compared to the perfect world in front of him, the difference was simply too great. It was like the difference between a grain of sand and a blazing sun. The white tiger swallowed its saliva. Squeak! The little Taichu widened its eyes. At this time, even Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proudsword's eyes were filled with shock. The perfect world at the great success stage was simply too shocking. It was not as huge as the universe, but the vast aura intertwined with it seemed to surpass it. "Who's there?" Suddenly a cold voice rang out. In the southeast of the perfect world, 9 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them had 16 wings on their backs. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He learned from the myriad transformations, demon, lords, sea of consciousness that the heaven protectors had discovered the perfect world at the great success stage. Some of them had already entered the perfect world and were preparing to take it away. However, he did not expect that there were also people from the same clan guarding the perfect world. Moreover, they were all at the great success stage. He looked at the 9 cultivators from the heaven protectors. Without hesitation, he silently performed the reincarnation god slaying technique. A formless and colorless killing force instantly broke through the 9 people's physical bodies and directly struck their divine souls. The 9 cultivators trembled violently and fell to the ground together. The luster of life in their eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. His flesh shell was still there, but his spirit was instantly destroyed by him at this moment, and he died here. How terrifying! The white tiger trembled. Although he didn't see Lin Tian make any movements, he knew very well that Lin Tian had used the reincarnation god slaying technique to defeat the 9 people. At this moment, he was once again shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. It should be known that the 9 members of the Heaven Protector clans had extraordinary bloodlines and were comparable to ordinary king bodies. Their strength was many times stronger than ordinary, early-stage, heavenly completion experts. However, they were still instantly killed by Lin Tian. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. So. The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded one after another. There were many powerhouses guarding outside perfect world. They seemed to have sensed the unusual situation in this place. One figure after another rushed here from different positions, each with 16 wings on their backs. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 16-winged powerhouses appeared here. More than 50 16-winged powerhouses, all at the heavenly completion level, came here and instantly saw Lin Tian and the others. At the same time, they also saw the corpses of the other 9 cultivators, whose divine souls were shattered by Lin Tian. "You! Clang!" An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Lin Tian directly operated the reincarnation sword technique, and the dense reincarnation sword radiance immediately slashed out. Puff! 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 Blood splashed. The reincarnation sword technique he created was extremely fierce, and the speed of the sword was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 16-wing powerhouses were all penetrated, and all of them were smashed into pieces. Even their divine souls were annihilated. What a freak! White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 50 16-wing powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan, which was equivalent to more than 50 ordinary heavenly completion level king physique cultivators, were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. There was no difference between cutting grass and cutting tofu. Lin Tian himself did not feel anything about this. This was his current battle prowess. Ordinary transcending heaven realm cultivators, even those with king bodies, would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Cultivators of this level could be killed with a wave of his hand. Let's go in. There were no other cultivators of the Heaven Protector clan in this place for the time being. He said goodbye to Feng Shintianzuin and the others, and immediately approached the perfect world in front of them. Soon after, they arrived in front of the perfect world. The world barrier of the perfect world was many times stronger than that of an ordinary great world. But for the present Lin Tianyi and the others, it was nothing. Lin Tian broke the world barrier of the perfect world, revealing a world portal, and directly stepped into it with Feng Xin Tianzuin, Ao, Jian Tianzuin, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Then, in the blink of an eye, they passed through the world portal and appeared inside the perfect world. As far as the eye could see, divine mountains and ancient peaks were connected to each other. The sky was vast, and the spiritual qi in the air was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. One could clearly feel the fluctuations of the Tao in the air, as if it was a real saint domain. In this great world, the group couldn't detect the slightest trace of impurities when they released their divine sense. The 3 people and 2 beasts were all shocked. It was the first time they had seen such an amazing great world. It wasn't until 10 breaths later that the group came back to their senses, one after another. Now, how do we get this perfect world? With a shocked expression, the White Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian, Feng Xin Tianzuin, and Ao Jian Tianzuin couldn't help but frown. I'm not sure. Lin Tian shook his head. This perfect world was already completed. He really didn't know how to get it. Thinking about this problem, he paused and said, since it's a world, there should be the existence of the world's ancestral dragon vein. Perhaps we can start with the ancestral dragon vein. Every world had a unique ancestral dragon vein. The more vast a world was, the more amazing the ancestral dragon vein was. It was the foundation of a great world. Although the perfect world was far from comparable to an ordinary world, it was still a real world after all. Since it was a real world, there must be one and only ancestral dragon vein, which was the foundation of this perfect world. If he could completely control the ancestral dragon vein of this world, he might be able to control this perfect world. Hearing these words, the White Tiger's expression changed. As for Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Ao Jian, a faint light shined in their eyes. We can give it a try. Venerable Celestial Seal said. Obviously, the group could guess Lin Tian's thoughts at this time. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and immediately left the place with the group. They walked to other places in this perfect world and operated the Dragon Burial Scripture. Together with Feng Xin Tianzuin and the others, they began to search for the location of the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world. However, this process was not simple. After all, this was a perfect world, and it was far too vast. Even if he had reached the heavenly completion stage and grasped the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was still extremely difficult to find the ancestral dragon's vein in such a perfect world. He even estimated that even people like the martial ancestor and the primitive emperor would find it difficult to find in a short time. Soon he, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others searched for the ancestral dragon vein. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and there was no result at all. Clang! On this day, the group was walking in a vast mountain range. Suddenly, there was a sharp blade aura that was threatening. Chapter 2234. The saber chi was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. This was the first time he felt threatened since he stepped into the Ascension realm. However, although he felt threatened, his movements were very fast. He directly threw a punch forward. With a boom, as this punch was thrown out, an astonishing fist force vibrated, shattering the surrounding void and forcibly shattering the blade light that was slashing down at him. "You've already reached such a height?" A surprised voice was heard. A middle-aged man with 18 wings appeared where the saber chi came from. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking. This was a cultivator of the Heaven Protector clan, comparable to an ancient ancestor-level expert. Behind him were dozens of other figures, all with 16 wings. In terms of essence, chi, and spirit, they were stronger than the 16-winged cultivators outside Perfect World. Reincarnation body. The 18-winged middle-aged man spoke again. As an 18-winged expert of the Heaven Protector clan, he naturally knew about Lin Tian more than 100 years ago. At that time, according to the information he knew about Lin Tian seemed to only have the strength of a sovereign. He never thought that Lin Tian would reach the Ascension realm in just over 100 years. The saber chi he had just released was shattered by Lin Tian's fist. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were cold, but there was a trace of surprise in them. In just over 100 years, Lin Tian had reached the Ascension realm from a sovereign. This cultivation speed was too astonishing. He's a reincarnation body. Behind him, dozens of other 16-winged experts were shocked. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian without blinking. Their strength was limited, so they didn't know much about Lin Tian's reincarnation body. At this time, when they heard the 18-winged middle-aged man say that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, they were all shocked. The 18-winged middle-aged man didn't respond to these people. He looked at Lin Tian, then glanced at Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and Little Taichu. Obviously, he knew the identities of these three, but he completely ignored the white tiger. To be able to find this place, you know a lot of things. You want to take this perfect world? You have guts. His eyes fell on Lin Tian and the others. The middle-aged man began to close in on Lin Tian and the others. "You stop." As he closed in on Lin Tian and the others, the middle-aged man's eyes were very bright. These people in front of him, except for the white tiger, were all of great value to the Heavenly Protector clan. Once he suppressed these people, it would be a great contribution, and he would definitely be rewarded by the clan. It would help him directly evolve to the 36-winged level. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man closing in. He could feel the enormous pressure from the other party, but he was very speechless. This was because Fengshen Tianzuan could easily deal with Jian Tianzuan. Ao Jian Tianzuan wasn't as strong as Fengshen Tianzuan, but he still had the strength to defeat the other party. However, the other party looked like he was going to eat them up. "Senior, let me try first." He paused and said to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, now ordinary sky-reaching realm cultivators. Even those with a king body couldn't resist at all in his hands. At this time, he wanted to fight against this ancient ancestor-level middle-aged man and see how strong he was. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and closed in on the middle-aged man in an instant. Boom! The void exploded. He attacked with the reincarnation fist, and the fist momentum was oppressive. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately turned cold. Arrogant thing! He was an ancient ancestor-level existence, so he was much stronger than ordinary sky-reaching realm cultivators. But now Lin Tian, who seemed to have just stepped into the sky-reaching realm, dared to attack him directly without the slightest fear. Even though he knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, and his combat strength was far from ordinary people who had just stepped into the sky-reaching realm, his eyes still turned colder. He felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant and looked down on him. Immediately, with a rumble, surging blade light rushed out, turning into killing blade lights that rushed towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation fist collided with the killing blade lights, and a large part of the surrounding void was annihilated. The sky full of holy light intertwined. In the first real collision, Lin Tian completely blocked his opponent and didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. Then he directly used the 9 reincarnation swords of the reincarnation sword technique and slashed out 9 destructive 9-colored sword lights at an extremely fast speed. Back then, he used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky-reaching realm. However, that cultivation base couldn't be compared to his current sky-reaching realm cultivation base. Therefore, he used this ancient ancestor-level enemy to test his current combat strength. Clang! The sword clanged and was very ear-piercing. The 9 reincarnation swords were mixed with destructive power, and the sword momentum was a little frightening. The 18-winged, middle-aged man's expression changed. Lin Tian's sword strike actually made him feel a little pressured. Because the sword was too fast, he couldn't block it in time, so he temporarily moved to dodge. You actually chose to dodge in a fight with an early-stage, sky-reaching realm cultivator. Lin Tian's voice rang out. With the protection of the reincarnation divine domain, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. After using the 9 reincarnation swords, he closed in on the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye and swung his reincarnation fist, mercilessly pressing down. Moreover, at this moment, he also used the reincarnation forging spiritual art at the same time. In an instant, his combat strength was increased by 20 times. His speed and fist momentum were all greatly improved at this moment. Such an aura made the middle-aged man's expression change. You! Bang! A muffled sound directly interrupted him. Lin Tian, who had used the reincarnation forging spiritual art, increased his strength in all aspects, and used the reincarnation sword technique to interfere with the middle-aged man's movements. The reincarnation fist landed on his opponent's chest. Blood immediately splattered, and the middle-aged man was sent flying. In the distance, he split into 4 or 5 pieces, dyeing a large area of the void red. Such a scene made the white tiger's eyes widen immediately, and its hair couldn't help but stand on end. This freak. Its heart palpitated. The 18-winged, middle-aged man was an ancient, ancestor-level existence. But now Lin Tian, who had just stepped into the heavenly completion stage, was able to rely on his own strength to smash such a person into pieces with a single punch. This was too frightening. Little Tai Chu, Feng Xin Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan were also shocked by the scene. My lord! Chapter 2235. Blood floated in the void as the 18-winged middle-aged man was shattered by Lin Tian's punch. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! Saint light roared, and as it rushed up, endless saint light rushed out from the shattered body of the 18-winged middle-aged man, and in the blink of an eye, his shattered body reformed. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, and there was anger in his eyes. He was an 18-winged existence of the Heavenly Protector clan, but now his body was shattered by a person who had just stepped into the Heavenly Ascension realm with a single punch, and it was witnessed by dozens of his subordinates. This was a humiliation to him. Before I suppress you and bring you back to the clan, I won't let you have an easy time, he said coldly as he looked at Lin Tian. As his words fell, the 18 wings behind him shook, and a shocking hurricane immediately swept out. The surrounding space was shrouded and sealed by a majestic aura. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light, and he naturally felt a great pressure, but he was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and moved, using the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body, and the reincarnation fist directly bombarded his opponent. Boom! As he swung his fist, it was as if a saint drum was beaten, shaking heaven and earth. Now, with the reincarnation's spiritual forging art activated, his combat strength was 20 times stronger, and his aura was incomparably terrifying. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes were cold as he pressed forward, and the ancient ancestor-level saint power suppressed the surroundings, and the pressure was like a stormy wave. A huge light diagram intertwined behind him, and there were dense ancient runes and divine seals intertwined on it. It was an amazing saint art, and as soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation fist and reincarnation sword technique, and directly collided with the light diagram. With a rumble, his reincarnation fist and reincarnation sword technique were disintegrated one after another, and the light diagram dimmed a lot because of this, but the pressure did not decrease at all, and it fell on him in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation divine domain trembled slightly, and ripples spread out. The primitive yin and yang qi intertwined and blocked the light diagram. The light diagram flew past him and landed on a mountain in the distance. Then it exploded. In that place, the mountain collapsed, leaving behind a huge crater with a diameter of around 10,000 feet. What an exquisite defense! Nearby, a strange light flashed through Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes. He stared at Lin Tian's samsara divine domain. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything, but there was a glint in his eyes. How is this possible? The several dozen 16-winged experts of the Heaven Protector race were shocked. The great technique of their 18-winged expert was actually blocked by someone who had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes darkened as he looked at the samsara sanctuary outside Lin Tian's body. At this moment, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. His light diagram was not weak. It was already 70% of his battle strength, but it was completely blocked by Lin Tian. He could clearly feel that Lin Tian had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm. Logically speaking, he should not have such battle strength and should not be able to block his light diagram. Even if he was a reincarnated being, it was impossible for him to have such strength in this cultivation realm. However, no matter how much he did not believe it, his eyes would not lie to him. This was indeed the truth. Lin Tian had indeed blocked the light diagram of the divine technique with 70% of his battle strength. He was not injured at all. "You're distracted." An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian moved. With the protection of the samsara divine domain, he stepped in front of the 18-winged, middle-aged man at the moment when he was slightly shocked. With a clang, he did not hesitate and directly raised the samsara sword. The 9-colored sword light directly slashed down. Moreover, at this time he also raised the samsara fist. The frightening fist intent was almost about to destroy everything. The eyes of the 18-winged middle-aged man were even colder. A person in the early stage of the Heaven Ascension realm actually took the initiative to attack him again and again. He really did not take him seriously. Behind him, the 18 wings suddenly shook violently. His whole body burst with holy light, almost turning into a person of light. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and in a flash he disappeared. In an instant he shattered Lin Tian's samsara fist radiance and samsara sword radiance. He directly punched Lin Tian in the chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian was directly blasted away. He smashed into a huge mountain in the distance, shattering another mountain. Boy! Yeah! The white tiger and little Taichu's expressions changed at the same time. The dozens of 16-winged cultivators were stunned at first, but then they all sneered. In an instant, they were no longer shocked. Although the reincarnated being is strong, the bloodline power of our clan is not much weaker. Do you think that just because you have the reincarnated being, you can compete with our 18-winged cultivators when you just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm? Naive. He won't die, right? That won't happen. Lord Shen knows how far to go and won't kill him directly. However, That strike will cause him to lose the ability to move. The dozens of people discussed. Then, in the next moment, the dozens of people trembled at the same time. The expressions on their faces froze, and the luster of life in their eyes disappeared without a trace. Then, with a bang, they fell one after another, unable to stand up again. The 18-winged, middle-aged man was moved. With his powerful strength, he could naturally see that although the dozens of people's flesh shells were still there, their spirits were destroyed. Human. The man's eyes were cold as he looked in the direction where Lin Tian was sent flying. With his powerful ancient ancestor-level strength, he vaguely felt an invisible killing force coming from that direction and instantly guessed that it was Lin Tian's doing. What an incredible secret technique! Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction where Lin Tian had been sent flying. It's hard to imagine how he created it. In the direction of his gaze, Lin Tian stepped out from the sandstorm, his samsara divine domain rippling like water. Seeing Lin Tian walk out like this, the 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes grew colder. Just now, his punch had clearly hit Lin Tian, but it still did not seem to have injured him. Lin Tian's light domain had blocked it. Lin Tian took a step forward, returning from the distance, his expression not changing much. Just now, the 18-winged middle-aged man's punch had indeed hit him and sent him flying, but it did not injure him. The power of the punch had been blocked by the samsara divine domain, and more than half of the force was removed. It only caused his blood and qi to shake violently. Again, looking at the 18-winged middle-aged man, he activated the samsara god-slaying technique that he had used to kill the dozens of 16-winged cultivators. An invisible killing force surged out and instantly closed in on the 18-winged middle-aged man. The 18-winged middle-aged man was very powerful. Although he could not see the killing force of the samsara god-slaying technique, he could vaguely feel it, so he immediately put up a Saint Power light screen. However, this Saint Power light screen was completely ineffective. The killing force from the samsara god-slaying technique directly penetrated the Saint Power light screen and entered his body. It penetrated his sea of consciousness and ruthlessly struck his spirit in his sea of consciousness, causing his saint body to tremble violently. At this moment, Lin Tian took advantage of the moment when the opponent's saint body was trembling violently and directly closed in on him. Boom! Chapter 2236. The shocking fist aura and the dazzling fist radiance sent the 18-winged, middle-aged man flying again. Poof! After flying for more than 300 feet, the 18-winged heavenly guardian exploded again. Human! An angry roar reverberated, and a blood-red killing radiance shot out from the opponent's shattered flesh. It was so fast that it hit Lin Tian with a bang, sending Lin Tian flying more than 200 feet away, shattering a large part of the void. Lin Tian stabilized his body. Outside his body, the reincarnation divine territory shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, you're far from comparable to an ordinary sky-level cultivator. He sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The samsara divine territory's defense was very strong, and it managed to block the murderous blood-red light. However, it wasn't able to completely negate the offensive power of the blood-red light. As a result, a portion of the power passed through the samsara divine territory and landed on his body, causing cracks to appear on his internal organs. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra ran on its own, and the 9-colored holy radiance with amazing healing power healed his injuries in the blink of an eye. He sneered and moved again. The Reincarnation Divine Territory protected his body, and the Reincarnation Forging Spirit technique increased his combat strength by 20 times. He performed the Reincarnation Fist technique and the Reincarnation Sword technique one after another. His fist radiance vibrated, and his sword aura was intimidating as he attacked his opponent head-on. The 18-winged, middle-aged man's body crumbled, but he reformed in the blink of an eye. when he saw Lin Tian charging at him again without any fear or respect. The fury in his eyes became even more intense, and the chilliness he emitted became even more intense. With a bang, an even more shocking saint power rushed out of his body. The 18 wings on his back flapped, and the murderous saint light swept out. He once again performed the saint light diagram to suppress Lin Tian. Uft, uft, uft. Crisp sounds rang out. This time, the saint light diagram performed by the 18-winged middle-aged man was clearly many times more terrifying than before. In the blink of an eye, it crushed Lin Tian's fist radiance and the reincarnation sword technique, and arrived in front of Lin Tian with monstrous saint power. I won't kill you, but I can crush you dozens of times. I can let you taste the pain of having your heart pierced. This person's voice was ice cold. As he finished speaking, the holy light picture became even more shocking. The holy might rolled, as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of the painting of holy light at this moment. A huge sense of threat rose up, but his expression didn't change at all. He directly propped up the painting of reincarnation. The reincarnation diagram was his domain, and it surpassed all divine abilities. As soon as it appeared, it interweaved with a wave of divine and holy might. In the next moment, the reincarnation diagram collided with the holy light diagram that came crashing down from the other party, erupting with a monstrous killing aura. The reincarnation diagram completely blocked the other party's holy light diagram. The coldness in the eyes of the 18-winged middle-aged man grew thicker as his saint chi grew stronger, causing the holy light portrait's power to skyrocket. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the reincarnation diagram. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with radiance. The other party's combat power was really strong, and even his king's territory was no match for him at this moment. He snorted coldly. The divine Tao of thunder and the divine Tao of nature immediately surged into the reincarnation diagram, transforming into the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao. All of a sudden, the other party's holy light diagram was blocked, and the two collided with each other before collapsing at the same time. The 18-winged, middle-aged man's face turned cold. Good. Very good. At this moment, he had already used 90% of his combat power, but the divine ability that he had cast with 90% of his combat power was still blocked by Lin Tian. I don't need you to tell me that. I know very well that I'm doing very well. Lin Tiandao stepped up with the reincarnation divine domain protecting his body. Black thunderbolts intertwined in the sky as he cast the 5th level of the 5 heavenly thunder technique. Dense black thunderbolts immediately pressed down. Boom! The black thunderbolts carried extremely domineering thunder power and completely enveloped the 18-winged middle-aged man in it. Don't be too arrogant. The 18-winged middle-aged man yelled angrily, and the 18 wings behind him shook, shattering all the black thunderbolts in the sky. At this moment, the holy light outside his body had reached a peak, almost forming a storm of Saint Chi. Then, in the next moment, he broke through everything in an instant and launched a storm of attacks toward Lin Tian. The densely packed killing lights pressed down on Lin Tian from different angles, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tian was moved. At this time, his opponent's aura was obviously stronger. He used the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body, and the reincarnation fist technique, reincarnation sword technique, 5 heavenly thunder technique, and reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao were displayed one after another. He fought fiercely with his opponent, and there was an explosion of rainbow light that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. After an hour, at this moment, a crisp sound was heard. Outside his body, the reincarnation divine domain was shattered by the 18-winged middle-aged man. The killing lights that filled the sky descended and directly drowned him. Poof! Half of his physical body was shattered, and blood splattered all over the sky. This is the difference between us. Do you really think you can compete with me? The 18-winged, middle-aged man said coldly. He stepped forward and used his superpower again. Lin Tian's eyes did not change. He used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and the 9-colored Saint Chi naturally had an extremely amazing effect, causing the shattered half of his physical body to be instantly repaired. Once again, he supported the Reincarnation Divine Domain and faced his opponent. All kinds of great techniques were displayed one after another. If I can shatter it once, I can shatter it countless times. It's useless. Reincarnation body, accept your fate. In front of me, you can only kneel. The 18-winged, middle-aged man said coldly. The two collided and killing power filled the sky, and Saint Chi surged wantonly. Boom! 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 After each collision, blood continued to splatter in the void. There was Lin Tian's blood, and at the same time there was also the blood of the 18-winged, middle-aged man. After another hour, Lin Tian's physical body was shattered 3 times in a row, and his face had become very pale. The 18-winged, middle-aged man who was at the ancient ancestor level was really strong. Humph! The 18-winged, middle-aged man snorted coldly. Although he was also injured, he was still in a much better state than Lin Tian. He took another step forward, and a majestic saint aura pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. Although he was badly injured and was at a disadvantage in the battle, there was no anxiety or fear on his face. He faced his opponent head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Lin Tian swung his fist, and the Reincarnation Fist Light and Reincarnation Sword Light merged and pierced through the 18-winged, middle-aged man's chest. However, at the same time, the 18-winged, middle-aged man's attack landed on his body, shattering half of his body again. Blood flowed freely. You're only in the early stage of the reaching heaven realm, and you're able to injure me again and again. You're really something. However, it's useless. You can't change the outcome of your defeat. The 18-winged, middle-aged man said coldly. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Tian again, and Saint Chi surged. Half of Lin Tian's body was shattered, and the reincarnation god slaying technique was used silently. At the same time, his injured body was quickly healed. Two great gods, isn't it time to make a move? In the distance, White Tiger could not help but ask Feng Xin Tenzuin and Ao Jian Tenzuin next to him when he saw that Lin Tian was badly injured and was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle with the 18-winged, middle-aged man. Yeah. Little Tai Chu could not help but speak. Seeing that Lin Tian was at a disadvantage and was constantly being injured, he also became a little anxious. Feng Shan Tianzuin and Ao Jian Tianzuin did not say anything. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and it was obvious that they had no intention of making a move. They looked at Lin Tian and the look in Lin Tian's eyes. There was not the slightest ripple in their eyes, and there was no fear in their eyes. There was only indifference toward the 18-winged, middle-aged man and confidence in themselves. Chapter 2237. Blood splattered in the void. Lin Tian's body was covered in cracks, and the reincarnation sword radiance circled around him. Clang! He brandished the reincarnation sword technique, and the 9-colored reincarnation sword radiance was swift and fierce, continuously slashing at the 18-winged, middle-aged man. The 18-winged, middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and as his 18 wings flapped, killing hurricanes swept out as if they could shatter heaven and earth. The 9-colored reincarnation sword radiance was shattered one by one, and the 18-winged middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Tian, and the killing hurricanes steadily landed on Lin Tian's body, sending Lin Tian flying hundreds of feet away, spilling more blood. Lin Tian was sent flying, but there was no anxiety or worry on his face, and the reincarnation god slaying technique was performed again silently. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region was supported by him again, and together with the thunder divine Tao and nature divine Tao, they attacked the other party. The 18-winged, middle-aged man was fearless, and he faced Lin Tian head-on. The divine Tao law was already supported, and he attacked Lin Tian violently. Boom! 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 As the two of them fought, the void in all directions kept collapsing. Lin Tian was completely at a disadvantage at this time. Although he injured the 18-winged middle-aged man time and time again, he was more seriously injured by the 18-winged middle-aged man, and his whole body was stained with blood. You can't control the order? After a few dozen breaths, he suddenly spoke. During the fierce battle for so long, he had been observing the other party. The other party couldn't take him down for a long time and was injured by him time and time again. But the other party didn't use the power of order. Moreover, he felt that the other party didn't seem to have the slightest fluctuation of order at all. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his saint aura surged again. Without the order, it's still easy to suppress you. A faint light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. From the other party's words, he was sure that the other party really couldn't control the order. Among all the ancient ancestors I've seen, you're the first one who hasn't been able to control order. That's a bit surprising, Lin Tian said calmly before changing the topic. Since you don't have order, let's end this. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal Emperor Pagoda emerged from his body with a boom. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an incomparably vast aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Moreover, there was an astonishing will of thunder and divine aura surrounding the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was the aura of the heavenly tribulation and the power of faith, causing the sky to tremble slightly. The 18-winged middle-aged man was shocked by the aura of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Yub! Kill! Lin Tian's voice turned cold. As soon as the word left his mouth, the immortal Emperor Pagoda moved with him, suppressing everything. This was his origin weapon, forged from the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. Since he was in the chaotic realm, he had been constantly polishing this origin weapon. He barely used it, but its power continued to grow. At this stage, as he stepped into the immortal realm, the immortal Emperor Pagoda naturally evolved into an immortal weapon. Moreover, it was far from being comparable to an ordinary immortal weapon. Boom! As the immortal Emperor Pagoda fell, the space within 1,000 feet was immediately sealed and suppressed. With a swoosh, the saint power outside the 18-winged middle-aged man's body was directly shattered, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda landed firmly on his body. Poof! Blood immediately splattered. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was like a meteor from outer space, directly shattering the other party. This time, the other party was completely shattered. His sturdy body turned into a cloud of blood mist at this moment. Damn it! The 18-winged middle-aged man's divine soul was not destroyed. He let out a low roar and reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. He took a step forward, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda came crashing down. At this time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was only 3 inches tall, but its weight was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space was distorted and the air was sizzling. It was like a Saint Pagoda of destruction. The 18-winged, middle-aged man's expression changed. He could clearly feel the terror of this pagoda. With a low roar, he propped up a sky full of saint light to protect his body. Then he continuously used the 13 sects' core superpowers to counter the pagoda. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was too strong. The domineering aura of thunder and the sacred aura of faith intertwined with each other, erupting with saint light. Then, the pagoda's body grew from 3 inches to dozens of feet tall. With a swoosh, the 18-winged middle-aged man's technique was immediately shattered, and he was hit by the immortal Emperor Pagoda again. Poof! Blood splattered. This ancient ancestor-level expert was crushed into a bloody mist, leaving only his spirit intact. This scene shocked the White Tiger and Little Taichu, and they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Just a while ago, when they saw Lin Tian at a disadvantage, they thought that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to defeat an ancient ancestor-level expert. They didn't expect the tables to turn so quickly. As the immortal Emperor Pagoda was summoned, the powerful 18-winged middle-aged man was injured twice in a row. The tide of the battle changed instantly, and Lin Tian gained the upper hand at this time. Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jin Tianzuan's eyes fell on Lin Tian's immortal emperor pagoda, and their eyes flashed. Truly amazing. Fengshan Tianzuan said, "Rumble." In front of them, the void trembled. Lin Tian activated the immortal emperor pagoda, and everything in its path was suppressed by the immortal emperor pagoda. Above the immortal emperor pagoda, countless lightning seals circled its surface. These were the traces left behind by his repeated baptism of lightning tribulation. Each lightning seal contained the true aura of tribulation, and it was extremely domineering and unyielding. At the same time, besides these lightning seals, the faith seals, which were nourished by the power of faith, exuded a pure aura of divinity and holiness. They covered the surface of the immortal emperor pagoda, as if they could purify everything in the world. Now, two different seals erupted with dazzling light at the same time, together with the primordial origin chi power of the immortal emperor pagoda. The three powers vibrated at the same time. The 18-winged, middle-aged man was completely suppressed. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. With the help of the immortal emperor pagoda, the 18-winged middle-aged man was no match for him at all. The physical body that he had just reformed was shattered again. Moreover, this time, there were even cracks on his spirit, as if it would shatter at any moment. With a rumbling sound, his flesh and blood wriggled, and the 18-winged, middle-aged man reformed his body again. However, his aura had weakened to an all-time low, and his face was pale. Looking at the immortal emperor pagoda floating above Lin Tian's head, he was furious. This immortal emperor pagoda was too powerful. Its domineering aura, divine aura, and primordial aura made his spirit tremble. At this time, Lin Tian stepped forward, and the immortal emperor pagoda came down again. How many more times can you resist? Chapter 2238. The might of the thunderbolt, the power of faith, and the primordial mother chi revolved together and surged out at the same time. That kind of aura was truly terrifying to hear. It annihilated one void after another and mercilessly pressed down on the 18-winged middle-aged man. The 18-winged middle-aged man roared, and the 18 wings on his back shook violently. Holy light burst out, and various great techniques met the attack. However, it was useless. Boom! The great void rumbled. The power of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was too shocking. The might of thunder, power of faith, and primordial mother chi, coupled with Lin Tian's same power, almost turned the pagoda into a small world as it pressed down. In the blink of an eye, the great techniques of the 18-winged middle-aged man were all crushed, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda landed firmly on his chest. Poof! Blood splattered. Once again, the ancient ancestor-level powerhouse exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, his spirit was very strong and indestructible. He rushed out from under the immortal Emperor Pagoda and quickly reformed his body in the distance. Lin Tianling snorted, and with the power of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he took a step forward. Boom! He used the weapon control art to activate the immortal Emperor Pagoda and did not give his opponent a chance to reform his body. The majestic power suppressed and sealed off the surroundings. The 18-winged middle-aged man had just begun to reform his body when Lin Tianling approached him, and the process was interrupted. The immortal Emperor Pagoda pressed down on his spirit body, causing numerous cracks to appear on his spirit body. Then his aura suddenly weakened by dozens of times. Damn it! Looking at Lin Tianling, the 18-winged powerhouse was shocked and angry. With the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he was completely suppressed. His expression was extremely ugly. He was an 18-winged ancient ancestor-level powerhouse, but now he was suppressed by a cultivator who had just stepped into the immortal realm. He was at an absolute disadvantage, and even his spirit body was severely injured. He looked at Lin Tianling viciously, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Dense cracks appeared on his spirit, and he could not reform his body for the time being. His saint power was almost exhausted. At this time he knew that he had lost. If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. There was no way he could stop Lin Tianling's immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tianling snorted. "You think you can escape?" A bright light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's brilliance burst and evolved into a huge vortex that swept everything in. Immortal Emperor Pagoda! As the vortex emerged, the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the 18-winged, middle-aged man's spirit body, was the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Instantly, the 18-winged, middle-aged man's soul was sucked into the immortal Emperor Pagoda bit by bit. "You!" The expression of the 18-winged, middle-aged man changed dramatically. Using his cracked spirit, he summoned a sky full of soul light and struggled violently, trying to escape the suction force of the huge vortex produced by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. However, it was completely useless. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shone brightly, and the aura of lightning, faith, and primordial chaos intertwined. The vortex grew even stronger, and after a dozen or so breaths of time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was trapped inside. "Damn it! Let me out!" The 18-winged middle-aged man didn't die after being sucked into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He roared angrily inside the pagoda, trying to break free. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of primordial heavenly crystals and had been baptized by heavenly tribulations time and time again. It was already indestructible. How could a weak spirit body break the immortal Emperor Pagoda from the inside? This is really... In the distance, the white tiger was stunned. "Yeah." The little Taichu's eyes widened. The 18-winged middle-aged man, an ancient ancestor-level expert, had his spirit suppressed by Lin Tianling's immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was a complete defeat. Lin Tianling, who had just stepped into the Ascension realm, defeated an ancient ancestor-level expert with his own strength. How heaven-defying was that? A sharp light wove in the eyes of Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proud Sword. At this time, they were both startled by Lin Tian. When they had just stepped into the Ascension realm, they didn't have such battle strength. The difference was too great. He has the strongest constitution and is also very hardworking in his cultivation. He uses all kinds of methods to temper himself and doesn't fear pain. It's impossible not to be strong. Fengshen, Tianzuan sighed. Previously, the scene of Lin Tian using the destructive heavenly tribulation to temper his body involuntarily appeared before his eyes. Originally, he was the strongest reincarnation body, but now he was using such a self-torturing method to temper himself. At this time, seeing Lin Tian's tyrannical strength, although this first disciple of the human king was shocked, he also felt that this was very normal. "Let me out." The 18-winged middle-aged man's spirit body was suppressed by Lin Tianling in the immortal Emperor Pagoda and constantly rammed against the pagoda. Lin Tianling panted slightly. His face was very pale and his body was covered in blood. He ignored the 18-winged middle-aged man in the immortal Emperor Pagoda for the moment. Instead, he took out some Baodan from his body and operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine and heal his injuries. After all, the 18-winged middle-aged man was an ancient ancestor-level expert. Although Lin Tianling had defeated his opponent, he had also suffered serious injuries. His opponent's Tao still remained in his body, which made his injuries worse. He was not far from death. After suppressing his opponent, he naturally had to stabilize his injuries first. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Buzz. As he operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, 9-colored divine light interweaved on the surface of his body. Together with the healing Baodan, the Tao that had invaded his body was quickly forced out of his body in half an hour. His injuries quickly healed, and he looked unharmed on the surface before stopping. Of course, this was only a superficial recovery. His internal injuries were still very serious, and he was still far from a full recovery. After that, he would have to go into seclusion to recuperate. At the very least, it would take a few hours for him to fully recover. At this time, his injuries had stabilized. He temporarily stopped recuperating and looked at the 18-winged, middle-aged man in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He directly imprisoned the 18-winged, middle-aged man who was constantly ramming against the pagoda. Then, he used a strand of his divine sense of the origin to explore the immortal Emperor Pagoda and search his spirit. This lineage had discovered this perfect world and came here. He wanted to know how many experts of this lineage had come here this time. At the same time, he wanted to find out how much progress this lineage had made after entering this perfect world. The 18-winged, middle-aged man naturally felt that Lin Tianling was searching his spirit. He was instantly furious. "Damn it! How dare you!" Lin Tianling's divine sense of the origin sank into the middle-aged man's spirit. With a slight shake, the middle-aged man immediately screamed. Then he continued to search. After dozens of breaths, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong, kid?" The white tiger and the others came from afar. Seeing his strange expression, the white tiger asked. Chapter 2239. Facing the gazes of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, Lin Tian said solemnly, "This clan has found the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world and is using a secret method to control it." He continued, "Just as I had speculated before, their method of controlling this perfect world is to start from the ancestral dragon vein and use it as a foundation to obtain this world." "What?" White Tiger was shocked. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned, their expressions changing slightly. This was definitely not good news. "What is the approximate strength of this clan when they entered this world?" Ao Jian Tianzuan asked. "There are 48 winged powerhouses overseeing this place." Lin Tian said solemnly, "Originally, this perfect world is extraordinary, and this clan would have 72 winged powerhouses descend. However, these 72 winged powerhouses of this clan seem to be busy dealing with another matter. So no 72 winged powerhouses have descended to this world." This was something he had learned from the 18-winged, middle-aged man's soul-searching. While saying this, his expression became somewhat solemn. It was a good thing that the Heaven Protector clan did not have 72 winged powerhouses descend to this perfect world. However, the 48 winged powerhouses of this clan were still very terrifying. With their current strength, it was absolutely impossible to stop them. Empyrean Divine Seal and the others frowned. They were already well aware of the strength divisions of the Heaven Guardian clan. Just the 36 winged existences were already difficult for them to deal with. As for the 48 winged existences above them, that was even more troublesome. They simply didn't have the ability to fight them. "Then what do we do now?" White Tiger asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's sneak to the ancestral dragon vein and take a look. Perhaps we can find a solution there." Once a grand completion, perfect world fell into the hands of the Heaven Protector clan, the consequences would definitely be disastrous. Now, although they couldn't win against the 48 winged expert, they couldn't just give up and leave. At the very least, they could interfere while the Heaven Protector clan tried to control the ancestral dragon bloodline and this world. Regarding this, Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proud Sword both agreed. A large success of a perfect world was far too important. Immediately, he left this place with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Not long after, they entered a celestial mountain to undergo closed-door training. It took about 8 hours. With the help of various elixirs and precious medicines, they completely healed the injuries they had suffered in the battle with the 18-winged, middle-aged man. As for the immortal soul of the 18-winged, middle-aged man, well, you crushed it with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. 16 hours later, it was already the next morning. He, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others left the fairy mountain. According to the specific location of the ancestral dragon vein obtained from the 18-winged, middle-aged man's soul, they headed toward the center of this perfect world. The ancestral dragon vein was located there. The perfect world was extremely vast. It was many times larger than the celestial realm of nihility. The group constantly tore open spatial portals and advanced. It was not until a full month had passed that they finally stopped. 1 month later, they appeared outside a chain of celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, every mountain in the celestial mountains was incomparably majestic. They towered into the clouds, as if they were divine dragons that were about to soar into the sky. At the same time, the celestial mountains were filled with dense dragon chi. It could be sensed from very far away. Moreover, from time to time, dragon roars could be heard from the center of the celestial mountains. The dragon roars were so real that they hurt their eardrums. Lin Tian, Empyrean Divine Seal, and the others arrived at this place. As they sensed the dragon energy that drifted through the divine mountains and listened to the dragon roars that came from the center of the divine mountains, their eyes couldn't help but shine with sharp light. Such dragon chi, such dragon roars. Without a doubt, the information he obtained from the 18-winged, middle-aged man's soul was very accurate. The ancestral dragon vein of this world was here. Roar! At the center of the celestial mountains, the dragon roars became even louder. It shook the entire celestial mountains. Occasionally, there were even dragon shadows that rushed out from the center of the celestial mountains and manifested in the sky. At the same time, waves of saint force intertwined in that place. There was even an aura of order fluctuating. Without a doubt, this was caused by the experts of the Heaven Protectors trying to control the ancestral dragon vein with a secret technique. The group arrived there. Without any hesitation, they immediately headed inside. The celestial mountains were extremely vast. It was like a great world. As the group headed towards the center, they discovered many experts patrolling around the celestial mountains. The weakest among them was at least 16-winged. The group was not surprised by this. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jin Tianzuan all had the strength to kill ancient ancestor-level experts. They did their best to conceal their auras as they advanced. It was difficult for ordinary people to discover them. The little Taichu and the white tiger's cultivation were not high, so Lin Tian helped to conceal their auras. They avoided the patrolling experts of the Heaven Protectors and advanced cautiously. It took them more than 10 hours to arrive at the center of the celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 1,000 figures in front of them. There were 9 48-winged existences, more than 136 winged existences, and the rest of the 18-winged ancient ancestor-level experts. They were in different positions, and their saint force was connected to each other. There were densely packed divine runes all around them. There were also divine runes in the void and on the ground. With the 9 48-winged experts as the core, more than 1,000 experts worked together to activate their saint force. Unparalleled saint light surged into the ground of this place. Roar! The ground shook as a dragon's roar filled the sky. They could vaguely see an unimaginably huge light dragon under the broken territory. The divine runes of the Heaven Protectors shrouded the light dragon with divine light, causing it to struggle violently. It was as if it had its own consciousness and was resisting. Dragon chi gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Lin Tianyi and the others came to this place and concealed all of their auras. They hid in an astonishingly huge tree thousands of feet away and looked ahead. They couldn't help but be moved by the scene in front of them. They discovered that the unimaginably huge light dragon under the territory was the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world. These people were working together to restrain this ancestral dragon vein. 9 48-winged experts, more than 136 winged experts, and the rest are all 18 winged experts. This lineup is really the white tiger's heart palpitated. Yeah, the little Taichu couldn't help but tremble, and his voice was very low. Even Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jin Tianzuan couldn't help but be moved. This lineup was too terrifying. However, at the same time, the three of them couldn't help but have wisps of light appear in their eyes. Although they have worked together to trap the ancestral dragon vein, they're still far from truly suppressing and controlling it. During this process, the consumption of Saint Force is astonishing. By the time they are about to completely control the ancestral dragon vein, their Saint Force will probably be depleted. Lin Tian said in a low voice, his eyes becoming somewhat deep. At that time, we will have a chance to seize it. Chapter 2240. Lin Tian, Fengshin Tianzuan, and the others were carefully hiding in the distance. They could clearly feel that the saint power of more than 1,000 people was rapidly being consumed. According to this trend, Lin Tian estimated that when the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world was about to be completely suppressed, the saint power of more than 1,000 people would definitely be depleted. At that time, there would not be much saint power left. Even if these people's cultivation base was tyrannical, they would not be able to unleash their peak combat strength. They could definitely make a move at that time and forcefully seize the ancestral dragon's vein. Kid, you're scheming. Oh no. Wonderful. The white tiger's eyes widened, and his eyes could not help but shine. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Lin Tian's words in an instant. Yeah. The little Taichu also widened his eyes. Lin Tian did not say anything else. The group carefully suppressed and concealed their aura, waiting quietly on the ancient tree. In the center of the divine mountains, densely packed divine runes were intertwined. Saint power was surging, and there was an aura of order surrounding it. With the 948 winged experts as the core, more than 1,000 experts stood in different positions. Their saint power was connected to each other, and together with the densely packed divine runes engraved in the surroundings, they emitted an even more turbulent saint power that constantly surged into the ground. Roar! The ancestral dragon's vein was like a real saint dragon. A dragon's roar came out, and it fiercely struggled and resisted under the territory. For a moment, the sacred mountains in this area kept shaking. Most of the 18-winged and 36-winged experts were shaken to the point that their sacred bodies trembled slightly. Under such a great force, it seemed that their sacred bodies would crumble in the next moment. As expected of the ancestral dragon's vein of the perfect world, the power of heaven and earth it contains can reach such a level. One of them said in a low voice, more than 1,000 of them lived in this place. The divine runes around them were created by a few 72-winged elders in the clan, and they had unparalleled divine power. Now, more than 1,000 of them worked together to activate these divine runes to bind the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world. But it was difficult to completely suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in a short period of time. They could only temporarily trap it. Don't be distracted. Do your best. One of the 948-winged cultivators spoke. His name was Shenao. The elders have more important matters to attend to, so they can't come here for the time being. We have to suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in this world and wait for the elders of the clan to come and collect this world. Speaking of which, Lord God Ao, this is a complete, perfect world. As long as we can control it, we might be able to comprehend the power that surpasses order in the future. At this stage, what could be more important than this? To actually let the elders temporarily put this complete, perfect world aside for us to handle and do other things? A 36-winged expert was puzzled. As soon as this person spoke, the other 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses could not help but look at Shenao. I don't know the specifics, but there is no doubt that the matter the elders are dealing with is indeed many times more important than this. Shenao said in a low voice, I only know a few vague details. It seems to be related to restraining the human kings. The human kings. Hearing Shenao's words, the 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses were all shocked. What were the elders of their clan preparing to deal with the human kings? If that was the case, it was indeed much more important than this perfect world. Looking at these people's expressions, Shen Ao spoke again. He said in a low voice, "Don't think too much. Do your best for the matter at hand." Yes, the 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses replied in unison. Immediately, they activated their saint energy to the point where it boiled even more. At the same time, on a huge ancient tree thousands of feet away, Lin Tian's expression changed. The 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan did not come here because they were restraining the human kings? Could it be that they were plotting against the human kings? For a moment, he could not help but frown. He tilted his head to look at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Then he realized that Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions did not change at all. They did not react at all to what the 48-winged great being had mentioned. Two great gods, those old farts from that clan, seemed to be preparing something to harm your master. Whitey looked not worried at all. White Tiger naturally noticed Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions at this moment. He could not help but feel puzzled. Even little Taichu was a little strange. "There is nothing to worry about," Fengshen Tianzuan said. "No matter how hard they try, an ant cannot move an eagle." "An ant?" White Tiger opened his mouth and said softly, "Great God, those 72-winged old farts from the Heaven Protector clan are all supreme masters of the universe. Combined with the power of their clan, that power—" "Don't worry," Fengshen Tianzuan said. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan said, "If our master is willing, he can destroy that clan with just a thought." White Tiger was so frightened that he trembled violently. Even his words were somewhat incoherent. "Move, move, move what?" "Yeah." Little Taichu opened his eyes wide. Even Lin Tian was stunned. Even though he knew that the human kings were terrifying, he could not help but change his expression at this moment. The Heaven Protector clan had close to 100 supreme masters of the universe. Its foundation was unimaginably deep. Such a terrifying clan, and the master of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others could actually destroy and wipe them out with just a thought. "Great God, you are not joking, right?" White Tiger asked cautiously. "If that is the case, why doesn't that senior directly wipe out that clan? That way, the universes will not be destroyed." Lin Tian was also very curious about this. Hearing White Tiger's question, he could not help but look at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. "Many things are not as simple as you think," Fengshen Tianzuan said, and did not say anything else. Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger were all shocked. Once again, they understood how powerful the human kings were. It was really frightening. How terrifying is that person's combat power? White Tiger whispered. The Heaven Protector clan was such a terrifying clan, but he could destroy it with just a thought. Was this really something that a human could do? Lin Tian's eyes could not help but flicker. He was also very shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Now it was useless to think about that. He had to focus his energy on the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world. Hiding in the giant ancient tree, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others stared at the center of the sacred mountains without blinking. In the center, more than 1,000 Heaven Protector clan powerhouses connected their saint powers and focused on restraining the ancestral dragon's vein. Time passed quickly. More than 1,000 Heaven Protector clan powerhouses exhausted their saint powers one by one. In the end, only 948 winged powerhouses were still channeling their saint powers. Their faces had become much paler. On the other hand, the ancestral dragon's vain struggle had completely weakened. Even the dragon's roar could no longer be heard. Soon, at most, it will take another 2 hours to completely restrain it. Then we will wait for the elders to come and take it. A 48-winged powerhouse said. Although his face was very pale and his saint powers were almost exhausted, he still smiled. At the same time, the other powerhouses of this clan who lived in this place also smiled. The complete perfect world belongs to our clan. One of the 36-winged powerhouses laughed proudly. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. A 9-colored sword light slashed out at an extremely fast speed and instantly penetrated the man's forehead. With a poof, the man collapsed. Because he had exhausted his saint powers and was unprepared, even his divine soul was destroyed by the sword. This world belongs to us. Chapter 2241. The perfect world's ancestral dragon vein was about to be completely bound. Most of the saint powers of the thousands of heaven protectors had dried up. Only the 948 winged experts still had a little bit of saint powers left. This was the best time to strike. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others naturally would not wait any longer. They all stepped out at this time. Seeing Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others, the thousands of heaven protectors in the center of the sacred mountains all changed color. Reincarnation body, it's you. You actually broke in here. What are the people patrolling outside doing? Why didn't they report it? Didn't they notice? The weakest among the thousands of people was at the ancient ancestor level. They naturally knew about Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, and Fengshen Tianzuan. Lin Tian did not say anything. He glanced at the ancestral dragon vein underground, and then his gaze fell on the 948 winged experts. He directly stepped toward the 9 of them. Clang! The reincarnation divine territory propped up to protect his body. He directly used the reincarnation sword technique, completely enveloping the 948 winged experts. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked the 948 winged experts together, like Lin Tianyi. The 4-symbol seal and Ling Tian sword light emerged at the same time. The power of the seal and the sharp sword light surged together. The 48 winged experts of the heaven protectors originally possessed extremely frightening strength. But now, because of the binding of the ancestral dragon vein, there was only a drop of saint powers left in their bodies. Their combat strength was far from 10% of their peak. Under such circumstances, the 3 of them had no scruples at all and launched a frontal attack. The 948 winged experts' eyes were cold. They continued to bind the ancestral dragon vein while attacking Lin Tian and the others. Reincarnation body, disciple of the human king. Our clan is trying to capture you, but you dare to appear like this. You're really courting death. Today we'll suppress all of you. One of them said, his voice very cold. Lin Tianling smiled. In your current state, you still want to suppress us? Do you have that ability now? As he finished speaking, the reincarnation sword art became even more astonishing. Moreover, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was propped up by him at the same time. The might of the lightning tribulation, the power of divine faith, and the primordial aura intertwined, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The immortal Emperor Pagoda instantly crushed the attacks of the 948 winged Taoists. Then, with a sonorous sound, the transmigration sword light instantly pressed down on the 9 people. Fengshen Tianzuan's divine 4 symbols diagram and Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword light of heaven also approached at the same time. The vigorous killing power completely enveloped the 9 people. The 9 of them were enraged as they faced the attacks of Lin Tian and the other 2. Their saint energy was almost depleted, so they had no choice but to free up their hands and stop binding the ancestral dragon's vein. Otherwise, it would be difficult to block the attacks of the 3. Humph. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his attacks were even more ferocious. After summoning the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the Sword of Samsara, he also summoned the portrait of Samsara. With a bang, one of the 948 winged beings was sent flying, blood spraying out of his mouth. This person was furious. In the Heaven Protector tribe, the 48 winged beings were second only to the 72 winged beings. But now they were sent flying and injured by Lin Tian, a cultivator who had just stepped into the mortal ascension realm. The cold light in his eyes was extremely intense, sinister and despicable thing. At this time, this person realized that Lin Tian and the others must have come to this place long ago, but did not make a move. They quietly hid in a corner and waited until they were binding the ancestral dragon's vein and their saint energy was about to dry up. Then they attacked them with their peak combat strength, who had less than 10% of their combat strength. This was completely planned from the beginning. Lin Tian did not say anything. He directly swung the fist of Samsara and punched down. With a bang, the great void trembled. The fist of Samsara was terrifyingly powerful, and once again it sent this person flying. Moreover, the immortal Emperor Pagoda and Samsara sword worked together to attack the other 8 48-winged beings. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's combat strength was stronger than his. They each sent 3 48-winged beings flying, causing them to bleed. My lords! This confrontation happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, the other 36-winged and 18-winged beings were shocked and angry. The 9 48-winged beings of their tribe were now completely suppressed. Hey, you don't have time to care about other things now. You'd better think about yourselves. The white tiger sneered. An immortal ascension, realm precious weapon rushed out of his body. It was given to him by Lin Tian, and it immediately emitted an extremely strong immortal ascension realm aura, pressing down on the group of 36-winged and 18-winged beings. At the same time, the little Taichu also took action. He also took out immortal ascension realm precious weapon and displayed his lineage's special ability. The four spirits' vision circled around, and its aura was earth-shattering. It enveloped the group of 36-winged and 18-winged beings. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the 36-winged and 18-winged beings were crushed. Some of the 36-winged and 18-winged beings were even more shocked and angry. They clenched their fists tightly. They could sense that the cultivation bases of the White Tiger and Little Taichu were only at the virtual sky realm. Originally, with their cultivation bases, they could kill them with a raise of their hand. However, their saint power was completely exhausted from binding the ancestral dragon's vein. Even their physical strength was greatly affected. At this time, they did not have any combat strength left. Facing the White Tiger and Little Taichu, who were originally very weak to them, they could not resist at all. Don't shout. Die peacefully. The White Tiger laughed sinisterly. He activated the Immortal Ascension realm precious weapon with all his might and shattered the physical body of an 18-winged being. Then his spirit was also shattered, causing his opponent's body and spirit to be destroyed on the spot. I can't believe that a virtual sky realm tiger can actually kill an ancient ancestor-level existence. This feeling is really too good. He roared excitedly and activated the Immortal Ascension realm precious weapon given to him by Lin Tian to an even more terrifying state. Yeah, the little Taichu's big eyes also lit up. He used all kinds of great techniques and divine abilities to kill 3 18-winged beings in a row. To them, these originally terrifying 18-winged and 36-winged beings were no longer a threat at all. It would not take much effort to kill them. They were simply living targets. Damn it, you all! On the other side, the 9 48-winged beings still had a little bit of saint power left. They were suppressed by Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. At this time, they saw the White Tiger and Little Taichu, who were only at the virtual sky realm, killing the 18-winged beings one after another. Even the 36-winged beings were at an absolute disadvantage because of the depletion of their saint power. They were even more shocked and furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Tianling snorted and stepped in front of the person who spoke. You destroyed one universe after another and killed all living beings. You all deserve to die. Chapter 2242. The Immortal Emperor Pagoda's aura was powerful. As Lin Tian's will pressed down, the space in all directions shook violently. The 48-winged elite who was sent flying could not avoid the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Immediately, blood gushed out of his mouth. Lin Tian did not stop. Instead, he increased his speed and did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. In one step, he closed in on his opponent. The Reincarnation Fist, Reincarnation Sword Technique, and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda pressed down again. Moreover, the Reincarnation Portrait also rose up and attacked the 48-winged elite with great vigor. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked with all their might. Their bodies were intertwined with thick saint light. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds were heard. Several 48-winged elites were sent flying again and again. Ah! Screams came from the other side. The group of 36-winged and 18-winged elites were shocked and furious. They had exhausted all their saint powers. At this time, they were completely suppressed by the little Tai Chu and the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them were killed. The 948-winged elites were facing the fierce attacks of Lin Tian and the other two. Naturally, they were also paying attention to their surroundings. When they saw this scene, their faces turned even uglier. It was also at this time that swooshing sounds were heard. In the distance, one figure after another appeared. All of them were 16-winged elites of the Heaven Protector tribe. They sensed that there seemed to be a battle here and rushed to this place. When they rushed to this place and saw this scene, the 16-winged elites' faces changed drastically. They were ordered to patrol around the sacred mountains to prevent outsiders from suddenly breaking in and affecting the thousands of elites at the center of the sacred mountains to suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world. However, they did not expect that they would not find any outsiders during their patrol. However, there was a great battle here. Lin Tian and the other 4 outsiders avoided their sight and came here. At this moment, the 16-winged elites who rushed here immediately attacked. Some of them attacked Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Some of them also attacked the little Tai Chu and the white tiger. All of them had majestic saint powers. At this time, Lin Tian naturally noticed these people. With the reincarnation divine territory protecting his body, he used the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, reincarnation sword skill, and reincarnation fist force to attack the 48-winged elites. At the same time, the reincarnation god slaying technique was used silently. An invisible and colorless killing force rushed out and rushed toward the 16-winged elites at lightning speed. At this moment, whether it was the 16-winged elites who rushed toward him, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, or the 16-winged elites who rushed toward the little Tai Chu and the white tiger, all of them trembled violently and fell to the ground. The luster of life in their eyes disappeared immediately. The 948-winged elites were shocked and then furious. Their gazes were like eerie killing swords as they fell on Lin Tian. Although they only had a little saint powers left, and their combat strength was not even 10%, they could still feel the invisible killing force that Lin Tian used. Lin Tian did not respond. He used all kinds of great techniques, and the surrounding space was shrouded by his aura. Boy Lin, this technique of yours that can't be seen and is difficult to capture is really amazing. On the other side, the white tiger could not help but roar excitedly. Naturally, it knew that these 16-winged elite souls were shattered by Lin Tian's reincarnation god-slaying technique. In fact, just a moment ago, when it saw a group of 16-winged powerhouses suddenly charging over, it was somewhat fearful. After all, these 16-winged powerhouses were all saturated with saint energy and were all in their peak condition. They were all at the heavenly ascension level. And little Tai Chu could not stop them at all. Little guy go all out. Kill, kill, kill. These 36 winged and 18 winged elites, let's kill them all. It chuckled and said, yeah. The little Tai Chu responded. The 6-colored divine flame was released and almost burned the sky. The scorching heat was shocking. The group of 36 winged and 18 winged powerhouses had already exhausted all of their saint energy, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. Facing such an attack, they were like sitting ducks, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. For a moment, the 36 winged and 18 winged elites' bodies and souls were shattered one after another. Damn things! How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you do such a thing to our clan? The 948 winged elites' eyes were extremely cold. There was killing intent and anger in their eyes. One of them roared, "Who do you think you are? You'll be annihilated sooner or later." Lin Tianyi closed in on this person and used the 9 reincarnation swords to penetrate this person. Then, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the immortal emperor pagoda pressed down together and directly enveloped this person. This 48-winged elite was called Xinhua. He roared again and used what little saint powers he had left to support the power of order. The aura of order surged and met Lin Tian's attack. Lin Tian's expression did not change. His opponent's saint powers were too little now. He could not use much of the power of order to support the power of order with his almost dried-up saint powers. Although it was much stronger than before, he was still fearless and continued to press down on this person. Boom! At this moment, he activated the reincarnation forging divine technique. His combat strength was multiplied by 20 times. Moreover, the Thunder Divine Path and Nature Divine Path were supported and merged with the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. It turned into the most powerful Divine Path reincarnation diagram and launched an even more violent attack. With a swoosh, the power of order supported by Xinhua was crushed. The Divine Path reincarnation diagram and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda directly landed on his opponent's chest. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of the 48 winged god's body had been smashed to pieces by this blow. As expected of a 48 winged member of that clan. As expected of the power of order. Even when his saint powers are almost dried up, only half of his body was shattered by this attack. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He pressed forward again and attacked even more fiercely. His saint powers surged and suppressed Xinhua firmly. Over and over again, he sent his opponent flying with blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were each suppressing 448 winged elites. They were also at the absolute upper hand and inflicted heavy injuries on them again and again. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan, who were at their peak, worked together. The 948 winged elites, whose saint powers were almost dried up, could not resist at all. All of them were severely injured. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Enough! Xinhua, who was constantly being suppressed by Lin Tian, broke free from Lin Tian's attacks. His eyes turned extremely cold. The control of the ancestral dragon's vein has failed. Put this perfect world aside for now. I'll use the forbidden dragon's sacred formation given by the elders to suppress you first. Then, when the elders are free, we'll deal with this perfect world. As the sound of his voice faded, this person rapidly formed seals. Every single ancient seal was mysterious and unfathomable. In an instant, the densely packed divine inscriptions that had been engraved in this area from the very beginning suddenly erupted with extremely resplendent light. The divine inscriptions were like tadpoles that swam about. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a heaven-shaking great formation that had a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. It seemed as though it could suppress everything within this area. Whoa. The formation shook slightly and released a large amount of Saint Light. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan were sent flying. The other 848 winged elites, who were suppressed by Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, also broke free at this time. Activated together and take them down. Chapter 2243. The Forbidden Dragon's Sacred Array circled, its diameter reaching 100,000 feet. Its aura was extremely shocking. Shin'eo and the other 48 winged experts took a step forward. In a flash, they appeared in front of Shenhua. One of them frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is the last Saint Array that the elders gave us to completely seal the ancestral dragon's vein. If they used this sacred array now, they would not be able to completely seal the ancestral dragon vein in this world in the future. Their mission this time would be a complete failure. Do we have a choice now? If we don't do this, we will all die, and we will not be able to seal the ancestral dragon vein in the end." Shin Ku said coldly. Shin-Ao and the others frowned again, and then fell silent. They had to accept it. Shin Ku was right. Now they had no other choice. If they did not temporarily put the ancestral dragon vein aside and use the forbidden dragon's sacred array to suppress Lin Tian and the others, then the final result could only be another. That was, they would be killed by Lin Tian and the others here, and they would still not be able to take the ancestral dragon vein. In the end, the ancestral dragon vein might even be taken away by others. "Let's do as you say. Do it," Shin-Ao said coldly. The 9 of them began to work together to activate the forbidden dragon's sacred array, causing rings of killing sacred light to erupt from the sacred array. A hurricane swept through this space, shaking Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan so much that they could not help but retreat. At the same time, on the other side, little Taichu and White Tiger's expressions changed. They immediately stopped attacking the 36 winged powerhouses and the 18 winged powerhouses. This White Tiger could not help but tremble. It could clearly feel the terror of the forbidden dragon sacred array. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. The 18 winged and 36 winged elites, whose saint energy had been depleted, were overjoyed. When they saw the 948 winged elites from their lineage supporting the sex formation and interweaving such a powerful force, they immediately relaxed a lot. Now, with the support of the forbidden dragon's sacred array, their battle situation in this place would definitely be reversed. The space buzzed, and the forbidden dragon sacred array trembled. Sacred light fell, and the surrounding space was completely enveloped. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan stood together, their black hair on their foreheads dancing in the wind. "Can we use the ancestral dragon vein here?" Empyrean Divine Seal asked Lin Tiandao, his eyes deep. "No problem, the dragon's sacred array." Ling Tian nodded. Empyrean Divine Seal smiled. "That's good. I'll leave it to you." Celestial Sovereign Ao Jian also spoke. Then the 2 of them retreated to the side of Grand Primordium Jr. and the White Tiger. "Great powerhouses, what?" "Aye." The White Tiger was moved. "Yeah." Little Taichu's eyes widened. At this time, the forbidden dragon sacred array brought out by the 948 winged existences was incomparably terrifying. At this time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan actually retreated, leaving Lin Tianyi alone on the battlefield. This made them very puzzled. At the same time on the battlefield, the 948 winged existences of the Heaven Protector race also frowned. They were very puzzled by Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's actions. They did not think that Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan retreated because they were afraid of them. Even if the human king's disciples were far weaker than them, they would never be afraid of them. However, the 9 of them did not think too much about it. Shin-Ao snorted and glanced at Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu and White Tiger. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. "I'll suppress you first, then suppress them. None of you can escape." As his words fell, he and the other 8 people worked together to activate the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array, making the Sacred Array's aura stronger. The Saint Force is insufficient. Although it's far from being able to unleash its power, it's enough to deal with you, Shin-Ao said coldly. With a rumble, the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array shook, and a large amount of Saint Light directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The space in all directions was completely frozen. The hurricane was swept by the Forbidden Dragon's Sacred Array, and Lin Tian's black hair in front of his forehead was blown even more wantonly. However, his expression did not change at all, and there was no fear at all. He did not make any complicated movements. His right foot stepped on the ground lightly, and suddenly the land in all directions shook. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the rolling ancestral dragon Qi soared into the sky, instantly shattering the large amount of Saint Light pressed down by the 9 people with the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array. Lin Tian stood in the middle of this rolling ancestral dragon Qi, like the invincible dragon emperor of a generation, appearing unattainable. Such a scene made the white tiger and little Taichu, who were not far away, change their expressions immediately. The power of the ancestral dragon vein. White Tiger was shocked, and at the same time he finally understood why Fengxin, Tianzuan, and Ao, Jian, Tianzuan suddenly retreated and left Lin Tian alone on the battlefield. It turned out that they knew that Lin Tian could mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein underground to deal with the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array. Dragon Burial Scripture. Little Taichu's big eyes lit up. At the same time, the 36-winged and 18-winged elites, whose Saint Force had dried up, all changed their expressions. How could this be? These people trembled slightly. In the middle of the battlefield, the 9 48-winged elites also changed their expressions at this moment. Lin Tian had directly mobilized the power of the ancestral dragon vein. How is this possible? Shen Hua was shocked and furious. Directly mobilizing the power of the ancestral dragon vein for his own use was something that they could not do even when they were at their peak. Outside Lin Tian's body, the ancestral dragon Qi was circling, and rolling dragon Qi was constantly rushing up from the ground. Now this is my domain. He looked at the 9 people, and with a thought, the dragon Qi that rushed up around him suddenly boiled and turned into a dragon that was thousands of feet long. The dragon was vivid and lifelike, and its dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Under his thought, it rushed directly toward the 9 people. The power of the ancestral dragon, Qi, shook all directions. The 9 48-winged elites immediately changed their expressions again. They quickly joined forces to support the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array and faced the dragon head-on. However, although the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array was terrifying, their Saint Force was almost dried up at this time. The power of the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array that they could unleash was limited. In the face of the 1,000-feet dragon formed by the ancestral dragon Qi, they could not block it at all. The killing power of the Forbidden Dragon Sacred Array was instantly smashed into pieces. Then, the dragon's momentum did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the 9 people and swept its dragon tail. For a moment, the 9 people were all shocked and sent flying. Half of their bodies were shattered. This was the power of the ancestral dragon vein of the perfect world. It was extremely powerful. Lin Tian's eyes were deep as he looked at the 9 people. With a thought, another 9,000 feet dragons condensed and rushed toward the 9 people from 9 different directions. He knew that the ancestral dragon vein of the perfect world lived here. Previously, when he stepped out of the giant tree and fought with the 9 people, he secretly arranged dragon patterns in this place while fighting. He had already arranged a dragon burial array under the ground. At this time, He directly used the array to mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein to help in the battle. Roar! The dragon's power shook the sky. Under his thought, the 9,000 feet dragons approached the 9 people in the blink of an eye and pressed down on the 9 people. P.S. These days, there have been reactions from readers and the dragon. After the WeChat upgrade, sometimes you can't see the news from the dragon's public account. Here, the dragon and the big guy would like to talk about this. Some time ago, the official list of public accounts had been changed to an information flow mode. All of the public accounts that they followed were pushed together in chronological order. Because of time constraints, the news pushed by the dragon was pushed to the bottom. That was why some readers did not see it when they clicked on it. The solution is very simple. Everyone can click on the subscription messages in the WeChat interface and click on the 3 black text message buttons in the upper right corner. From there, you can switch to the previous mode, which is to switch to the list of public accounts you follow. Then, you can find our public account and click on it. You can see the push messages and menu bar messages like before.